Well, good day, everyone, and welcome to the Story of America. With me, your host, DeAndre Pace, and our co host, Rhett Williams, whose camera and microphone do not seem to be functional at this time. So, here today, we have our another casual Saturdays episode. That's a good old H2O. And I wanted to talk very briefly about something that I'm trying out now. I don't know if Rhett has ever tried it, but I've been on this the quest to find my comfort, and so what I did, I went ahead and bought me a set of my pillows. This is my pillow travel pillow. They gave me free with my order, and so I've had them for about three days now, and so far they have been good. I don't know if I'd say it's the best pillow I've ever had, but it certainly keeps its shape the best that I've seen out of my pillows, and it doesn't get as hot as the other foam pillow that I have. And overall, it's a really good pillow. I like it. I think it's nice and comfortable. And if this proves to be a successful experiment, I might not have to buy myself a new mattress after all. I might just get the My Pillow mattress topper, though eventually I will buy a new mattress. But so far, it's been really good. Very enjoyable pillow. So this is not by any means an endorsement because My Pillow does not endorse or sponsor me. But
Heebie harpy heebie.
if you do need something that's comfortable and soft, I do recommend the My Pillow. Uh, and for your couch, the My Pillow travel pillow is very nice. Very keeps its shape very good and fluffs up very easy. It takes forever to fluff up the other pillows that are on my bed, and they still don't get back to the original shape. These fluff up so good. Mr. Williams, where's your camera?
What is
Sorry
wrong with
about
your?
that. I was
There's
delayed.
something wrong with your audio, dude.
What's wrong with it?
It's coming through staticky.
Okay. Let me fix that. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess it was a little loose on the microphone end. So, Mr. Williams, have you ever tried the My Pillow?
No, I'm not gonna buy one. They're just regular pillows.
I just bought. I
My
just bought a.
grandma has one.
I just bought a set of them, and so far, so far, so good.
Why does the screen look different than normal?
Oh, that's because I have a different background than normal.
I think it's because I changed my Google Chrome home screen theme, and it's a different color now. So it's just the reflection.
So, on this nice day, we have been talking about old cartoons for the last couple of episodes, and I found it very funny that after we talked about that on YouTube, because they're always listening to us speak on YouTube. uh I had started watching the remember the old cartoon intro. They used to come on Cartoon Network on Fridays, the Cartoon Friday stuff. I went
Oh,
back, I listened to it because I was like, oh, this reminds me of the childhood. And then YouTube started suggesting to me, uh, I guess what was it called? It was like Cartoon Network 30th or 25th anniversary, and somebody was streaming old Cartoon Network episodes all week. I'm like, oh, I got to watch old Ed, Ed and Eddie episodes. I got to watch some Dexter's Lab. I'm like, this is nice. A long time since I've seen Ed and Eddie. And the particular episode that I was watching was a Halloween episode that I wanted to discuss, and that's
I'm
about
definitely not interested in watching old cartoons anymore.
that's I love old cartoons, but the topic is all about Halloween. Mr. Williams,
Oh, dude.
do you are you a costume aficionado?
No, I really don't. I kind of hate Halloween, dude. Like I don't hate it. I just really don't. I'm indifferent towards it. I don't care
You
one way or
hate
the
it
other.
because it overshadows your birthday.
It doesn't overshadow my birth. I mean, I suppose it does because it's close, but it's 5 days after. But it doesn't overshadow it because you don't get presents on Halloween, so it makes no difference.
You don't like the costumes. You don't like dressing up.
I'm I'm too old to do all that. Walk around trick or treating and stuff like that's little kid stuff.
No one said you had to trick or treat.
Well, I don't. I'm not one for cosplay. I think it's kind of weird. Unless you're doing a performance, there's no reason to put on a costume.
What about powdered wigs?
Nah, dude, I'm not wearing. You can wear one, but I'll wear the 18th century garb. But I'm not. I'm saying it's for a reason, though. It's not just like to do it. I wouldn't wear the powdered wig, though. There's no way I'm doing that. But everyone didn't
You
wear
could
powdered
you
wigs,
could wear a black one like Hamilton. Have a wig like Hamilton's.
dude. That's so inaccurate. That the guy who plays him on John Adams that looks nothing like him. I'm saying the way I understand why they did it because John Adams hated Hamilton more than anybody else. And so they made him a douchebag in the show. But they had to because it's about John Adams. And they picked the actor that plays him is just like he looks like a dickhead.
I actually liked the Hamilton and John Adams. I thought he was rather
He didn't
dapper.
wear I don't know, dude. I don't like the character in the John Adams show. I hate them. I hate the character of Hamilton in that show. I like the way they portrayed Jefferson, though.
Jefferson was portrayed very well, and so is Adams for that matter. And
Yeah. Oh
Washington was
man, what's
portrayed very well
that dude's
too.
a good actor. What's his name? Can't
I
remember his
can't
name, but
remember.
I've seen him in other stuff too. He's really
The,
good.
I, the ones that I think were the best actors in that particular film were Adams, Jefferson, Franklin, and Washington. And I like Hamilton a lot too.
Paul Giamatti. Yeah, I've seen him in other stuff, but he played John Adams really well. He captured that, you know,
That
when you
impetuous
read John
vanity.
Adams or when you read about like what other people say about him and or what he wrote himself, you get a sense of kind of who he is. And I think Paul Giamatti captured that perfectly.
Yeah, and I think Benjamin Franklin's character is his actor was very good, very convincing for being a good Ben Franklin.
Yeah, because that's basically exactly how you imagine Ben Franklin to act.
Yes, it is.
Just lounging around and making jokes and
Sitting
stuff,
there, it's like,
like very
oh,
dry
Mr.
humor.
Jefferson, this chair is spectacular. How did you do it? Oh, most marvelous invention. So, you know, those kinds
He's
of things.
like, dude, one of the funniest things I thought he said was, well, we shall almost assuredly hang together. Or no. He said,
Okay.
or, or most assuredly we will all hang separately.
Yes,
Something like that. I
we'll all
actually
hang
screwed it up.
together, or most assuredly we shall hang separately. But and I like the one where he told them that about their uh that, that King George had dropped his balls or his stones and he might have needed a new set, and he
Oh,
he
yeah.
kind of got Rutledge to to piss off.
Dude, I know where I saw him now. I had to look up his filmography. Paul Giamatti is. Have you seen Straight Outta Compton?
Yeah.
Jerry Heller. It's the same guy.
Mm.
He played
What did
Jerry Heller well too.
What did you think of Dickerson?
I haven't watched all of it. I
Well,
don't.
he's in like the first couple episodes, so he's John Dickerson, who Adams is arguing with all the time.
I don't have an opinion. I don't. I don't. I haven't seen. If I saw him, I didn't notice who it was. Um, John Hancock was played very well.
Yes, he was played very well. Samuel Adams
I
played pretty well too.
Yeah, dude. Because honestly, that's Samuel Adams is like he's basically just a rabble rouser. He's from the British perspective, you could see him as a domestic terrorist.
And God damn the king.
Yeah, and then when they at the beginning when they're like tarring and feathering that dude, and John Adams is just like, "This is wrong. This is horrible." I felt the same way. I really did. I was just like, "Okay, this is a bit excessive. Come on, Sam." But it was actually John Hancock who told him to do it.
Yet you still ascribe that I am John and you are Jefferson.
I never said I was anybody. I just said who you were,
Yeah.
or at least most like. But you don't. It doesn't exactly line up. You have characteristics that are very much like him, but in other ways, you're not like him at all.
I
So
suppose that
it's you can't
they're
ever
trying to
say that one person is like this person, but no two people are that much alike. You just have some similar characteristics. But I would say that you're definitely not as explosive as he is.
yes.
Or you don't throw temper tantrums and stuff like that. You're more reserved with your emotions, unlike John Adams.
Yes, I do believe Ben Franklin, when he said to Adams in there, I don't know if you've seen this part yet, but he says something akin to uh, politics is about knowing when not to speak. And so for me, my
Yeah.
preferred debate style is to be quiet and let my opponent make a fool of themselves. I think my good buddy the Owl
So
Man.
I haven't actually. I didn't pay for the show. Everything that I've seen has been on YouTube.
Oh,
But
you've
I'll
been
go and
watching
like look,
YouTube clips.
watch as many clips as I can. But because I haven't paid for it.
I actually bought the series on Amazon because I liked it so much, and I didn't want to continue to pay for HBO because I don't watch it nearly enough. So I actually bought the series. Ah, look, there he goes. There's my boy Kane Castro told us who the actor was before we found it. Paul Giamatti.
I just said, oh, he must have said that before I said it.
Yeah, he
I didn't
said that.
notice.
Yeah, I wasn't on there, but I can put the overlay on there. See there, so you can see when people chat. New comments will display there. I don't normally do it because we don't usually have that many comments on there. But I actually enjoyed it, and I do see some similarities between myself and Adams. Though I still say you do have a very unbecoming obsession with your ancestor.
I'm like that with everything. Once you
I
know what I mean? Like once I get interested in something, I learn as much. I become
I,
obsessed with
I
it.
get this.
So
I get the same way, but for me, I get the same way, but it's much more when it comes to lore. Like when I start digging into lore that I absolutely love, particularly anything mythology, or when it gets to the nitty gritty of their special abilities and stuff. And I find interest in it. I just start to dive in, and I learn everything I can possibly learn about it till I can't learn anything else, and then I get pissed off because there's no new content to be coming to be made from what I loved. And that's why I don't really watch episodic TV anymore, because every time that I find a show that I like, it gets canceled, or it only has like 8 episodes a season, and then I have to wait 3 years for another season to come out, and I get pissed off. Because when I get obsessed with something, I want to binge everything about it that can be done at that moment. And I get tired of waiting on them to produce new stuff.
You remember that TV show that used to come on? It was like the public broadcasting channel. I don't know what it is here, but
PBS, that's
no,
the
it's
public
PBS.
broadcasting.
Yeah, I mean, remember that TV show Liberty's Kids?
Yeah, I remember them.
Man, I don't remember much about it. I just remember seeing it sometimes when I come home from school.
The show that I used to watch on PBS all the time, PBS Kids in the mornings before school, the Zaboomafoo and In Between the Lions. And then we would also watch Dragon
That
Tales.
was a weird show.
I used to love it.
Between the freaking lions.
In Between the Lions.
And dude, imagine that scenario in real life if you were in between some lions. It's not, that actually might encourage children to go get between lions.
Well, at this point, well, I can't say that. I'll get kicked off of YouTube. Yeah.
Dude, holy crap. So I didn't notice, but the TV show Liberty's Kids has so many of these. It has Walter Cronkite as Benjamin Franklin, Sylvester Stallone as Paul Revere, Ben Stiller as Thomas Jefferson,
Ben
Arnold
Stiller, Thomas
Schwarzenegger.
Jefferson.
They had Arnold Schwarzenegger as Baron von Steuben, Liam Neeson as John Paul Jones, Whoopi Goldberg as Deborah Sampson. I don't know who that is. Yeah. Anyway, a bunch of well-known actors doing these voices on this show.
Well, I remember Whoopi. She did a lot of animation. I remember she was Gaia from Captain Planet.
She was
She was the hyena in Lion
yeah,
King.
she's definitely fallen from those
Oh yeah,
heights.
she's fallen from grace. And you know what? Oh, I've lost all respect for Oprah Winfrey after her most recent interview with Stacey Abrams. I've lost all respect for Oprah Winfrey. When they say that abortion is important to reduce inflation because women need to kill their kids to make the prices cheaper, that's when I lose all respect for them.
It seems like they don't. What the hell? James Madison, voiced by Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett? How could they afford Warren Buffett?
I don't know, dude, but it's him. It's the same guy.
Look,
Who? How did they get all these people on this show?
how does one convince Warren Buffett to do anything?
I don't know, but he did.
Like Warren Buffett's like the eighth richest man on the planet.
You know, the main episodes that I remember from that show is the winter at Valley Forge.
I don't
And I was
remember
just
really
like,
any
dude, if it
episode
was
of the
really
show.
that bad, like, oh my God.
I just remember they went back in time a lot.
I don't remember that at all.
Oh man.
Cyber
But
Chase. That was weird.
but I do enjoy. I mean, if I'm watching television, I'm always watching older stuff. Like today, I didn't really watch too much TV today, but I did watch a couple episodes of the Andy Griffith Show, and of course, I watch Sanford and Son and Good Times every day. Love Sanford and Son. Can't go a day without watching Sanford and Son. And I get my old VHS tapes, and I put them in the VCR in the living room, and I watch some of my old movies that I used to have. Now I can watch all of these movies on YouTube because most of my VHS tapes were the Eyewitness programs. You remember those? Eyewitness animals, Eyewitness birds, Eyewitness dinosaurs, Eyewitness reptiles. I used to watch those all the time. You don't remember Eyewitness?
No.
I gotta do this. I gotta do it. Let me go to YouTube because maybe I had like a lot of the tapes. Let me see if I can find it, and I'm gonna get it here, and then I'm gonna click on that, and I'm gonna put that on pause, and then I'm gonna blow blow up. Well, I'm gonna move it over here because I'm gonna use it on screen two, and I'm gonna blow up on screen two, and then I'm gonna share my screen and audio. I'm gonna play it for you. I'm gonna go screen two, share system audio, share. All right. You don't remember this?
Yeah.
This is my favorite thing growing up. I had like 7 up of VHS tapes, and I used to watch them all the time. And I got so heartbroken when I was in 4th grade, and I took one of my VHS tapes, my favorite one, Eyewitness Dinosaur, to Miss Rogers' 4th grade class, and we were going to watch it on Friday. And she put it in the VCR, and the VCR ate my tape, and so it messed up my. You know how it messes up the film? It messed up the film of the tape, and we were not able to get it to go back in appropriately. So I could never watch that one again. But it's all on YouTube now. Eyewitness has a channel now, and it's all on YouTube. All on YouTube. So I went back, I subscribed to it, and I watched every single episode on it on YouTube. I used to love that when I was a kid. I still love it now. I mean, I love anything that's educational. Really, I mean, people might say that's a little bit weird, but I loved watching Blue Planet. I loved watching uh, Planet Earth. My favorite thing growing up was on uh, it was Prehistoric Life and Walking with Dinosaurs. I used to love watching that on it was a channel. It was like channel 293 or something like that. It was like 2 or 3 channels away from Cartoon Network on this on Direct TV, and I used to go there to watch Double Dare 2000 and Walking with Dinosaurs.
I remember
And I
I
used to
used to
love
bring, or I used to try to bring Power Rangers tapes to preschool, and they would never. They always like. It seemed like I tried to do it more than once, or maybe I asked and then I actually did it, and then they were just like, we told you couldn't do this. Like, we can't watch this here. And
yeah.
I don't remember them ever telling me why.
I guess
They were
because they
just
didn't have a
never. I
rating
guess
on it.
there was fighting and stuff.
Because that's what they told me. I wanted to bring my Hot Wheels movie to for us to watch my Hot Wheels movie because Hot Wheels had its own TV show that came out on VHS tape, and I had one of the volumes, and I wanted to bring it to school and we was going to watch it, but they said we couldn't watch it because it didn't tell them what rating it was on the VHS tape. It was rated G, but it didn't tell them that on the VHS tape, so they wouldn't let us watch it. But nowadays, what are you doing? But nowadays they well, we couldn't watch Power Rangers and Hot Wheels in class, but nowadays they can have drag queens and performing inside the schools nowadays. What a world we live in now. There's no more.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
no
but I don't think
more.
they're doing that in every school. That's only certain schools.
There's no more resist all tobacco in schools. But make sure you have those the ins and out of gay sex books in all of the classrooms. Did you see that Hodge Twins video about that? In Michigan, the Muslims were up there protesting, and the book was called "The Ins and Outs of Gay Sex," and they
Oh,
were trying to have
yeah,
that be
you
forced
told
to
me
be
about that
on
before.
the for elementary school students, and it was basically teaching them and encouraging them to have sex with grown men, not just grown men, grown married men specifically. And they
Oh,
say that there's no reason to
yeah, I'm not
believe
really.
that they are grooming
Everyone
their
knows this is
kids.
going on, or people should know this is going on. So,
But
the rest of
what we grew up with, if there was a fake explosion in the Power Rangers, because they never got shot. The explosion was always like 5 miles behind them, and then they jump and flip. It'd be so corny. And we
Yeah,
used to
then
go
they'd be
outside
like
and
sparking and stuff like they're
yeah,
robots.
we used to go outside in the yard and pretend to be Power Rangers. And so what we would do is we would take big rocks, big chunks of the road, because we had a big old asphalt road, and we would take chunks of the road because it was all broken from the trucks that used to drive on there. And we would take these chunks of the road and we would throw them at each other, and the rock would land behind us in the dirt. And when it hit the ground and the dust came up everywhere, we jump and flip it at like we were a Power Ranger getting hit with the explosions happening like 5 miles behind us. Like, but that's too risky to watch when we were younger. But gay sex is perfectly fine for elementary school students nowadays.
I see a lot of these people complaining about book banning now. It's like, okay, well, what books are they talking about banning exactly?
And it's
Because
not even it's not even banning. They're restricting the books to the age bracket that they belong in. That's not banning books. That's saying that a sexually explicit book should not be read by somebody that's under the age of puberty. And even in puberty, you really shouldn't be what you should even if you're in high school age, you really shouldn't be reading pornographic material anyway either to fuck up your sex life when you get older to kill your libido. They've done studies on all of that stuff. But yeah, but that's not banning books. That's just saying, hey, these kids are 10 years old, 5 years old. They don't need to be reading about how to have sex with a grown man. And they say that's banning. And
yeah,
then
this is not like the book banning of old. This is not. This is different.
and then they try to compare that to say that, oh, conservatives are always about banning because conservatives did Bible burnings back in the Middle Ages and shit like that.
Bible ban. What?
No, you remember all the Bible burnings and stuff that happened way back in the day?
Who?
This not in America. I'm talking about way back in the day. Ancient history stuff. They would burn the Bibles and stuff like that to try to prevent people from reading Christianity and stuff like that.
Oh, it's definitely not ancient history because there was no Bible in ancient times.
Well, I'm not talking ancient. I'm talking, not in the last 200 years. Ancient. I think this was in this was in it was after Nero's time for sure, because Nero, when he became emperor of Rome, he wanted to get rid of all things Christ.
There wasn't a Bible then, though.
No, but there were writings about it, and there were teachings, and so they were banning all of the writings and stuff, and they were killing all of the apostles and stuff like that. But
Man,
if you ask me,
you had a
I don't think that's really conservative because conservatism has become more uh, equated with Christianity, though they're not the same thing. They become more equated to each other, whereas anarchy has become more the rule for uh, libertarianism. Well, not even libertarianism. It's hard to define a term for these leftists because if you use libertarianism and it's an insult to actual liberals. Yeah, but that's the term that they claim, and so it's just hard to do it, especially because you're an actual libertarian, and it's hard to insult.
I don't really like to identify myself that way. I only do that to try to explain things, but I'm really, I don't really want to be affiliated with the party. And, you know, I don't know, dude. I'm very heterodox in my political views. You know, it just depends on what the issue is.
I'm much the same, though. I'm kind of my positions are pretty much rock solid and unchanging. I might lean one way or the other, but for the most part, I I think I've been rather consistent in my beliefs since I found a belief system, and as far as politics are concerned, that I consider to be um, appropriate. And since then, I've been rather firm in my belief. I have unwavering conviction to it because I'm able to back it up with facts. And that's really the way that I think about everything. If I can't back it up with facts, I can't subscribe to it. You
I
know,
just, I literally discovered that you can return your Audible purchases and get credits back.
you can.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of books, Rhett, I found the book the library said that I've been keeping this whole time. That YouTube business book. Somehow it fell behind my bookshelf. And when I was cleaning up, and I was when I was cleaning up the other day, and I never look behind the bookshelf because the only thing that's back there is my dry erase board, and I keep my canvases that are too big to put in the drawers. I keep those behind the bookshelf until I get ready to paint something, and that's all. That's all that's supposed to be back there. And apparently, one of the that book fell behind my bookshelf. I don't know how it fell behind the bookshelf, but it did. And so now I have to apologize for calling the library a liar and incompetent because I have the book. So I got to go take that back to the library Monday or maybe Wednesday. I might take it back Wednesday because I have nothing to do Wednesday.
Apparently, you can only return 3 at a time. I don't know. I just did 3, and now it's not letting me return anymore. So
And you're trying to scam them out of their money. That's what they're saying. So what are you going to read now?
I don't know.
And see, me and Rhett, we read all the time. And so when we're preparing these shows and stuff like that, we're trying to compare books and compare notes and stuff. I read a lot more fiction than he does. He reads a lot more nonfiction than I do, particularly with ancient American history. And he's been reading a lot about Hamilton and John and Madison. And so he's telling me that he's found some a new set of books. I want to know exactly what he's going to be reading on because that might influence what our next sub series is going to be. I know we're going to do an in-depth sub series on some of the lesser known founding fathers to give them a little bit more appreciation and for their contributions to the country. Most people think that there's only like 4 or 5 founding fathers, when in fact our founding fathers would be considered the first and second Continental Congress, which I think had 77 delegates, if I'm not mistaken. Oh my god. My grandmother had cooked this food here, and she brought it to me when I was helping her do some tests online, and she brought me this homemade meal, that hamburger patty smothered in gravy and rice, and I haven't had this meal since I was a child, and it brings back a memory about what taught me to chew my food, because I had this exact meal, and I always used to chew and eat very, very quickly, and almost had the accident just a moment ago. But when I was a child, I had this hamburger patty. The gravy and the way she cooked it was really, really good. So it was basically a Salisbury steak, but it was made in a hamburger patty, and it's smothered in gravy and onions and cut served over rice and collard greens, maybe some field peas or and some cornbread. And when I was younger, I was eating this patty, and it was so good, and I was eating so fast, and as I was chewing, bits and pieces of the patty broke up, and it swelled to the back of my throat, and I was choking, but I was still eating the food. And my grandmother seen me choking, and so I'm still trying to eat, and so she's reaching the hand in my mouth, pulling the food up my mouth, trying to get me to stop choking on the food, and I'm still trying to eat. I'm still trying to eat. If I had a slower metabolism, I'm telling you, I'd be like 500 pounds right now. Cause I love to eat when I was young. I still love to eat. I just don't have the stomach for it as much as I used to because of all the fasting and stuff that I've done. My stomach has shrunk considerably, but I can still throw some food down, especially if I'm having a good day. Like if I'm on a day where I've taken my medications and stuff. My medications, uh, they slow my appetite considerably. So I don't want to eat. Makes me nauseous when I eat. When I take my meds. But if I go like a couple hours before I take the meds, oh yeah, I can eat just about anything in the world. All that walking around, and you didn't even bring a book back with you.
I didn't even go to the bookshelf.
I thought that's what you were doing. I thought you were looking for the book that you're about to start
Mm-mm.
reading.
Mm-mm. No, I don't know. I just kind of
Who do
I
you
don't
think
have
you're going
anything
to be?
lined up. I just pick stuff on the spot, really.
Who do you think you're going to be interested in from the readings of that latest book that you had?
Um, I don't know. I I have books that I'm thinking about reading at some point, but I'm not sure. There's a Washington biography by the same author that Ron Chernow, who wrote the Hamilton one. It's even longer. It's like 41. It's like probably it's almost 1,000 pages, which correlates to 41 hours.
Oh yeah, you do all yours in audiobooks, don't you?
Most of the time because I can't stand to just sit down.
Because it's more convenient for you.
Yeah, it is more convenient.
You
I
know,
always feel like I have to be up doing something. I can't sit down that much.
I'm thinking about starting to do the audiobooks because whenever I start reading, my dog gets jealous that she's not getting any attention, and she comes and knocks the book out my hand so she can get in my lap. And so when I'm trying to read, I can't do it because of her. And so it makes I'm thinking about you know just taking it easy and not uh, and going to the audio book because I think I can do a lot more stuff with that, especially because a lot of the times I'm the same way. Like when when I was working uh, over there by the airport on the airport property, I would listen to the podcast and a whole bunch of other uh, interviews and things like that throughout the entire course of the day. You know, with my phone at my desk and my Bluetooth earbuds in my ears, and I'd be walking around doing all the work that I needed to do, only going back to my desk to put on something new to listen to. You know, and I rarely listen to music, and you know that, but I'm always listening to, you know, something educational. I love to learn, and it's like we I think we talked about this before about the curse of mortality is that we never be able to learn everything there is to learn, and even if we were immortal, we would still not know everything, and that bothers me because I love to learn so much. I don't like to not know things.
It has to be infinite. Like there's no how even the idea of like knowing all facts. It's like, well, how many facts are there? And also, each and every person has things that they know that no one else can ever possibly know, like what it's
Exactly.
like to be them. You'll
And you know
never know
what?
what it's like to be anybody else, and nobody will ever know what it's like to be you.
When I was writing my series, when I still write my series, I created Eon, the elder god of wisdom and knowledge, to be the firstborn being in the universe that God created because he represents my need to know everything. And how did Eon get around knowing everything? Well, he can read minds. Secondly, he can be everywhere all at the same time because he's infinitely fast. But third, and this is the most important reason, is he chronicles everything in existence, but he doesn't chronicle it from his perspective alone. He chronicles it from every single entity's perspective. Everything that exists, he chronicles it from their perspective. And I sit back and I have this in the realm of the gods on Erephesium. There's the Library of Eon, which just has an endless amount of books on the shelves, and each one of those books is the story of the world told from a different perspective. And I'm like, that's the way I think of knowledge. There's just too much.
It almost doesn't really even make sense to talk about how much knowledge there is because it's really it's a resource that is it's like an endlessly renewable resource. It's like there's a well of knowledge that never dries up.
And the biggest problem with knowledge is you can have so much knowledge, but what do you do if you don't have the tools and means to apply it?
Then it
Because
just
not
floats there.
knowledge without practice is basically meaningless.
Yeah, there's there are I do think I really admire the people who their basic capacity or disposition is to only acquire and well not necessarily only acquire but only maintain functional information, and that's it for their lives. That's all they need to know because that's all really anybody needs to know.
That's true. But true brilliance comes from mastering the single craft to the absolute pinnacle, and then that influences other people in new generations.
I don't think that mastering one thing, it depends on what you're talking about. Like
What I
true,
mean is taking it to its utmost limits, and when you do that, think about how it's affected everybody else. When we have at when we master technology, for example, in the era of Copernicus and Socrates and all of them, they took it to the peak of what they could, and later generations took from them and continued to expand it to the peak of what they could do it. And now look at us with internet and computers and all this other stuff. that came from simple, basic knowledge because somebody stuck to a craft and gave it their all. And then we have master plumbers because irrigation systems. Somebody stuck to that craft, gave it their all, and as technology began to expand, then later generations started to master that craft in new ways.
Yeah,
That's what
that's
I mean
why
by it.
actually, as population increases, then the human species can become more specialized. And so when people become more specialized, that's how we get more things because people have time. You know, once we became, well, we went from hunter gatherers to farmers, and now we have technology that does all the farming for us. And, we don't have to worry about learning how to do all that stuff because other people do it. And now we can focus on things that are not just survival. And as the number of humans increases, then every person can become more specialized. But I do think everybody should learn how to master at least one craft.
The only
But
problem with
what
that
I wasn't done yet.
specialization.
Can
Oh,
I
go ahead.
finish what I was saying?
Go ahead.
So when it comes to somebody who is like, you know, somebody who you would consider to be a high IQ or intelligent or an intellectual, um, and I don't mean that in the Thomas Sowell sense as a derogatory term. I mean it as,
As a true intellectual.
yes. Um, the mark of a true intellectual is not to be it's to be a jack of all trades, but a master of at least one. So
Yes.
diversify your knowledge base, broaden it as much as you can, but you have to have one topic that you know or subject that you know better than anything else, better than
Yeah,
anybody else.
I would agree. I would agree with that. Uh, what I was going to say is that the problem with the specialization that comes from the influx of population is that a lot of the older crafts become forgotten as new generations begin to rely on automation to do it for them. And there is going to come a time, unfortunately, hopefully it doesn't happen in our lifetime, but it seems like it might, where automation will fail because of either war or AI or some glitch in the matrix or whatever it may be. There will come a time where automation will fail, and there will be a generation of people that have to relearn all of those older crafts that seems to be lost to time, except for an automation.
Yeah, that's a fatal flaw in the system. But there are still people who know how to do things the old way, so to speak, but not that many. And
See, that's why I've been learning how to do things the old way. I grow my own vegetables. I've been learning how to sew from my aunt. I've been learning how to knit from my other aunt. We I've been learning how to do a whole bunch of the older things that we used to do that they used to do, should I say? Because I didn't do any of that crap when I was growing up. But I've been learning how to do it all over again because I feel it's going to be important to have that in the future.
yeah, I do. That's one thing. There's two things that I don't know how to do that I feel like I should, and one of those is sew. Now I could probably easily learn. I could probably just look it up on YouTube and learn in 5 minutes, but I still haven't done that. And the other thing is driving a standard transmission.
I know how
Uh,
to drive one. My mother showed me, but I haven't had to do it. That I have to retrain myself every time I get ready to drive one.
yeah, Noah knows how because he had to drive one for a long time until he wrecked, or he didn't wreck until that the wreck happened a couple years, or probably like it's been 5 or 6 years now. But I was going to learn because that was my dad's truck before, and he was trying to teach me. And this is like when I was in high school, and I just kept I don't know what it was. I couldn't. It's really like something you have to just pick up after doing it for a while, and you just get the feel for it.
Yeah,
And I just
it's
was
it's
very.
it's,
I kept
it's like
stalling
how
the
I
truck out.
it's like how I taught many of my new workers that would come in and wanted to work on the forklifts, and they'd be scared to do a slip attachment, which a slip attachment isn't. There's no. It has forks, but it's not going inside the pallet. It goes underneath a piece of cardboard to pull out things. And I would tell them, you know, the way that you do it, and this is the way I always train them how to do it. Is I always told them, don't, because it's dark in there, and many of our forklifts are old and broken and didn't have any lights. Real safety hazards. And I told them, well, since you can't see half the time, don't look at the bottom. You will stay focused at the top, because you want to make sure that when you're pulling it out, it's not hitting something on the top that's going to fuck up the parcel and knock the slip over, or mess the boxes up on the top and tear it up. So I always say, what you do is you lower your forks, tilt it all the way down, and let your feet guide you. Listen to the metal through your feet. And then they'll ask me, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Listen, let your feet hear the vibration of the metal sliding across, and that will tell you when you've got underneath the cardboard. Then you can pull it out when you have that, and you'll be able to know. You'll be able to feel it, and as you become more comfortable with it, you'll be able to do it faster and faster, and eventually you'll be able to do it as fast as I can do it, because I could do a slip attachment." Uh, uh, Cross load in 15 minutes, no time, when they give you 45 minutes to do one. I could do it in 15. And if I was taking pictures, 20 minutes at tops. So they started relegating people's time based off of how fast I could do it. But it took me a while to get there, because I had to learn how to become more proficient. I had to learn how to become more comfortable and find a way that best fit. And I took that and I taught it to the new hires on how to do it. And many of them became good at doing it. They weren't as good as doing it as I was, but they were able to do it to the point where the boss and myself or felt comfortable that I could move on to do other stuff and let some of the new guys take care of it. But that's, to me, that's the way knowledge is supposed to be transferred. You master a craft, you master a skill or a trait, and and as somebody else comes in, you can pass that knowledge on to somebody else, and then you can move on to something else and then learn and master that craft, which is what I did in most of my jobs. I learned one craft, mastered it, trained somebody to do it, and moved on to doing something else. And then I learned that, mastered it, then went on and did something else. And that's sort of the way I feel. Like I said, how knowledge should be transferred. It should always be transferred in a way that leaves somebody in your footsteps. That way you can move on and learn something new, but don't have a vacancy on that particular skill. You having some issues there?
Trying to move this thing so I can see this screen.
Oh yeah, mine gets in the way of my second screen, not so much the first screen. But you know, you're just gonna have to suck it up and get HBO on Amazon, man, because you need to watch that entire series. It's great. But you know what? I've been I've been looking at the polls lately, and I have to say, after speaking to my buddy, the Owl Man, Kane Castro, uh, I have to revise my opinion. I still have zero confidence in the Republicans' ability to do anything, but I have to revise my opinion that I now believe that we have a 55% chance of saving this country, because what the polls are showing is that New York is going to go red for the first time in decades. The polls are showing that the Republican is winning in New York. Not just New York, New York City.
Who are you talking about?
Lee Zeldin
Is that a congressman?
is running for Congress in New York, and
Well, that's
and the
just one
governor
seat.
and the governor's race in New York is leaning Republican. And
Well, state governments lean heavily Republican as it is, even if they vote Democrat on the national. You know,
but all of
Republicans
the other
dominate state
races,
houses and governorships.
all of the other races are now all within the margin of error. In Pennsylvania, Dr. Oz is now projected to be the winner of that election, and come election day. Yeah, Kane just said that Lee Zeldin is going for governor.
I will be if New York goes red in 24.
They say it's going red
I won't
2022,
believe. I know that's what you said, but that's
but the presidential is what you
the
mean.
midterms don't really. Yeah. Well, when you say a state goes red, that's if New York elects a Republican governor, that definitely is no guarantee they're going to go red in the presidential. They probably still won't.
It still comes down to New York City, whatever they do. And New York City seems like they're trending Democrat. Kane, my buddy here, he's from New York and he's seeing it. The reason is that people are starting to vote more Republicans in New York. They are rioting against Alexandria Ocasio Cortez. They have the
I
little
saw that
chants like
video
AOC's got to go,
where
and
she's standing up there like mocking them and
yeah,
stuff.
and that's not even the first one. There are several of those, and Nancy Pelosi has been heckled by her own supporters. They're you know, and they're saying that the crime has got so bad in New York City that they are turning to the Republicans, like Rudy Giuliani, how he did back in the '90s when he basically single handedly fixed New York uh, back in the '90s. And if this trend proves to be reality, there may be some hope for us after all. And I'm starting to be a little bit more optimistic. Let's see. Right here it says he says that James is down as AG in the polls. So yeah, the Attorney General in New York is down in the polls and has real tough competition for the Republican uh, for the Attorney General position. And so this what happened in Michigan with the Muslims basically turning against Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, saying don't vote for them. And these are Muslims as well. And Michigan is the Muslim capital of the United States. And if all of the Muslims are going to vote against Omar, my gosh, Michigan might go red again. Minnesota might go red again. These things, my confidence of the Republicans is still very slim because they never do anything like they're supposed to. But if enough people can can flip these states, particularly if New York flips, the Democrats lose. There is no path to victory for the Democrats about New York unless they take Texas or Florida. And so
That's
this
not
is
happening.
I
Well,
don't think
Florida
it's
and
happening.
Ohio are becoming more state red now.
Yeah, and you have what's it called? Yeah, Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker's down by 2 points, but there's also another poll by Trafalgar Group that has Herschel Walker and Warnock tied at 44-44. And then you have the Rasmussen that has Warnock at 46 and Herschel at 44. So that one's up there. You have the Trafalgar Group's poll is showing that Oz and Fetterman are tied. There's a CNN poll has odds down by two. That's margin of error. And then there is, I believe, I can't remember the name of the pollster that did this one, but there was a poll that was showing the projected winner, and it was looking at that uh, by up until October 19th, this poll had been projecting that Fetterman would be the winner and undisputedly. But ever since then, now it shows that as it gets closer and closer towards um, election day, that Oz is going to take Pennsylvania, and he's going to take Pennsylvania, and these other ones, if they go to runoff, which many of them are going to be so close in the margin of error that if they go to a runoff vote, that the Republican will most likely take it because, as you know, in runoffs, the incumbent usually loses in runoff elections. So there's a lot of things, and I've been regaining a little bit of confidence and faith in America that the people are able to wake up. Not all of them, but if we get enough of them to wake up, we may yet survive this thing. He said Brandon did Fetterman no favor by saying Fetterman's wife will do good in the Senate. That is true. Joe Biden went to campaign for Fetterman in Pennsylvania and said that Fetterman's wife was the one who was running for office, which might make a little bit of truth to it because there was an interview on I think MSNBC or CNN where Joe Biden was falling asleep in the interview, and the interviewer was asking him, "Does Joe Biden think that you're good? Does Dr. Biden think that you're good enough to run for office again?" And in this case, we all know that Biden is not running the office, and so it would be kind of similar for Fetterman that his wife would be running everything, considering Fetterman can't put a sentence together. And this is not a knock at him for having a stroke, but he can't put a sentence together. And even before his stroke, he had trouble putting a coherent sentence together. And he let murderers, first degree murderers, out of prison in Philadelphia. Like why? Like why would? In I guess I should stop asking why. Why do
Dude, I
Democrats do
guess I just
anything? Why
got
do Democrats do anything?
freaking, you know, shafted by the fact that I live in Mississippi because dude, if I any of the crimes that I have on my record, those are nothing compared to like some of these people that are getting let out. And I went to prison.
Yeah, like Fetterman.
Although,
Fetterman uh, voted to let out um, first degree murderers, and as soon as he let him out, they went and killed somebody, and they put him back in jail, and then they let him back out, and he killed another person, and a couple weeks after that. And then he has the nerve to say that crime rates are down in Pennsylvania. Well, of course they're down if you don't arrest anybody. But when you look at the statistics and show that murders are up, violent crime is up, mugging is up, rape is up in Philadelphia, you can't say that crime is down just because you refuse to arrest people. Did I see
yeah,
Lake?
that's a little trick though, because crime, if you don't call it a crime, it's not a crime in the statistics. So you can say crime is down, even though people are doing the same stuff.
Exactly. That's what they do. But when you see the numbers show how everything has risen, then it's like, oh no, you can't use those numbers. Yeah, 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 yeah. Did I see Lake? She said that she would only do an interview with CNN if it's on CNN. Well, CNN Plus gets no views, so you know that would be that. But
CNN Plus is not a thing.
CNN Plus is a thing. It's on
They
Discovery.
they canceled it.
No, oh yeah, yeah,
Have
you're
they?
right.
Did they?
It did get canceled. It got assimilated into Discovery Plus. But Carrie Lake did a very funny interview, very funny thing because her opponent, I can't remember her opponent's name, refused any of the debates. So at one of her rallies, Carrie Lake the uh, has the announcers say, and her opponent and the opponent was supposed to come up out. It was supposed to be Kerry Lake's opponent, and guess what? It's a guy in a chicken suit comes out there doing the chicken dance, and was like doing the whole chicken dance, and saying that Kerry Lake's opponent's a big chicken who refuses to accept the debate. It was hilarious, and that's that. If there's one thing Donald Trump taught the Republican Party, or the new age Republicans, this is what I'm going to call them from now on, new age Republicans, because we still have old age rhinos in there. Uh, the new age Republicans, Donald Trump taught them how to troll and how to meme, and they are gaining so much traction by trolling the hell out of the Democrats. And if it works, it works. Do what you got to do to convince the public. And you know what? I think it actually works to their advantage to use a little bit of humor, because people have been, you know, humorless and so locked in their homes since the COVID stuff started, and humor has been basically bastardized and canceled. You can't be funny anymore without offending somebody. So if if humor is what it takes to get it across with Republicans, for the new age Republicans, by, by all means, humor me.
Um,
But
I think I might just vote for Mike Ezell.
I've been considering
I
it.
don't
You know
know. I
what?
really haven't decided yet. I probably will because I, dude. You know, we've discussed.
Yeah, I know why. I was talking to my buddy Kane Castro, the Owl Man, last night. I was telling him, you know, uh, Mr. Boynton's been trying to get us to run for Congress. He's been trying to get me to run again. He told me that I should run for state assemblyman, or Harrison County's state congressperson. And I told the Owl Man, I said, look,
Well, I
I
don't think
haven't
it's
made my
broken up by county. There's a lot of
well, you know what I mean.
districts. There's probably more than
Our,
one in
our,
Harrison County.
our district, District 4, or yeah, there's more districts. There's more districts. He told me to find out which district. And I told the Owl Man, I said, look, I haven't decided who I'm voting for yet in the election, but what I am going to do is I'm going to watch. And Ezel, if he gets in there, which he's pretty much guaranteed to get in there, I'm going to watch him his entire term. I'm going to see if he does what he says he was going to do. I'm going to see if he holds up his word, and if he's the type of person that I think should be representing our district. And if he disappoints me, I'll enter my hat, not in the federal race, but I'll run for the local races. I'll go for the alderman. I'll go for assemblyman. I'll go for state congress, and I'll work my way up the ranks until I'm able to run, or until I have enough support and backing to run for the federal level. But I'm willing to give Ezel a chance.
There are 122 seats in the state house. That's the state house of representatives. What about the Senate here?
I'm willing to give him a chance.
There's two of them. My mom
No, I did
has
not.
been friends
Oh
with
yeah,
a
yeah.
guy
I
who's in
did.
the
I did
state
see.
Senate for
I did see Senator Kennedy's. Did you see that? Did you see
what?
that advertisement from Senator Kennedy, where he did the advertisement that said, "Next time you're a victim of a crime, don't call the cops. Call a crackhead." Oh, it was hilarious.
As I was saying, it might be more than I know that my mom has been friends with a guy who's in the Mississippi State Senate for a long time, years.
Well, Wiggins was in
Um,
state senate, wasn't he? Or was he
I don't
state
know who that
congress?
is.
No, the guy that was running for office down here.
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah,
wasn't he state senate? Think he was the
yeah.
head of the state senate
I
or the chairman or whatever.
I don't know. He's not the head because that's the president of the Senate. That would be. You mean like the majority leader?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I don't. I don't know about that. There's 52 seats in the state Senate and 122 seats in the House.
I might have to start doing some more research on it. I'm considering
I
doing it
don't.
again.
I mean, like I guess I think we have a state election in 2023 for governor and all the state house seats and all that.
I'll consider doing it again. I'll take a look and see who's in the district and whatever, and
I'm
maybe
pretty sure
maybe I'll
state house is
join.
like a part-time job.
Maybe I'll join Mr. Boynton's super PAC. This the conservative candidate caucus.
I'm sure that the requirements to run for the state house are probably it probably wouldn't be that hard to win unless you're facing an incumbent who's been in there for a long time.
Well, we'll see what happens. I might put my name back in there and do it again and see if we can make some changes. I can make you I can appoint you to be my chief of staff.
I don't know if I need to find out some more information about this stuff because I've actually thought about that before, but I've never really put any serious like research time into it.
It wouldn't do us any good for both of us to run. We'd be opponents.
Let me see. Let's see. It is comprised of no more than 122 members elected to 4-year terms. To qualify as House candidate, you must be at least 21, a resident of Mississippi for at least 4 years, and a resident in the district for at least 2. That's it.
Well, we're
Like,
overqualified.
let me see if there's any qualifications here. It must meet for 125 days every 4 years. That's not much at all. And 90 days in other years.
That's not bad. That's like 3 months of work.
But it wouldn't be all at once.
Yeah, I know that. But that's not bad, though.
Yeah, it is part-time. $10,000 a year plus per diem.
Yeah,
So I guess they cover your travel costs.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. I'd do it. Get ourselves a nice voice up in there and try to get some stuff done for the state of Mississippi. And if I can get the backing of all those old rich white guys, so be it. I'll let them give me their money. I love white people. I love black people. I love everybody. No, love is a
It
strong
looks like
word.
there's
I tolerate everybody.
four people in the state house who are not Republican or Democrat. 3 of them are independent. 1 of them is something else. I don't know.
Well, I'm considering doing it. I'm considering running again. I'm gonna have to give it some serious consideration because there's not a lot of time left to make that decision. Considering that you say it's 2023, we're up for reelection.
Dude, there's so many state district offices though that are stuff that's like I bet there's probably plenty of elections where people don't know about it and there's people who just run unopposed all the
Yeah,
time.
I'm pretty sure that happens. So, if we can get some, if we can figure out what our district is, uh, and get in there, run, and be well known. We have a pretty good listener base here in Mississippi, thanks to Alden and all of our other guests for coming on. Again, I was very shocked when Mr. Brooks told us that people would come to him and told him that they learned about him from our show. So we have a nice viewer base down here in Mississippi, so we can take that viewer base and one of us can run for office and make a difference down here.
Yeah, well, that's probably unlikely, but we could try.
Why is it that you are a pessimist in the worst ways, where I'm a pessimist, where
That's not pessimistic. It's just like it's as a single member of a legislative body, it's hard to really make any kind of difference. It's not impossible.
it's listen, jo- Brandon said it best. It's mega maga trickle down. That's what you want to do. You want to get in there and
What?
have a trickle effect across the rest of the Congress.
You got to pay $250 as a political party candidate to
Yeah.
enter the race, and it's
And
like
then you have to get like 500 signatures and raise $500 and from unique donors on the independent.
as an independent candidate, state senate and state house representative, not less than 50 qualified electors of the district. I'm assuming that's just people who live in the district.
Hmm.
50 signatures.
Yeah, got to get some signatures, and then you got to raise the money.
Only 50. That's not that much. We could easily find 50 signatures,
Oh yeah,
but they have to live in the district. So there's a district map I saw. It looks like there's about 4 or 5 different districts in Harrison County alone.
it shouldn't be too difficult to get signatures in the district. Just go to Walmart and make people sign it. Offer them an ice cream. Fat people can't turn down an ice cream.
I'm trying to see if there's anything like.
There's no real qualifications that you need to have. You don't have to have you don't have to have you don't have to have a law degree or anything like that. Though I have started teaching myself law. I'm going to teach myself law, and I'm going to do the bar exam just because I may never even practice law. I just want to do it just so I can have it and say that I did it.
You can't do the bar exam without going to law school in Mississippi. There's only 2 states that allow you to take the test without and become a lawyer without the bar, and that's California and Vermont. You can become a practicing attorney just by taking the test.
Every other one needs to go back to the old ways of doing it. Because this is the reason why law school and college cost so much money. Is because you're forcing people to go pay for these institutions in order to get a job.
Dude, if you could just study and take the bar, I would have done it years ago. But it's just like you have to go through these 3 freaking years of law school that I could probably learn by myself in like half a year.
Like for example, Andrew Jackson, he didn't even learn how to read or write until he was a full grown adult, and then he taught himself law school and became a lawyer. Now, of course, this was back in the day when you could do that.
Things were different back then, man.
Of course, Andrew Jackson didn't too much care.
Get away with it.
Andrew Jackson didn't too much care for the law anyway. If you pissed him off, he'd challenge you to a duel.
Man. You know that website 270 to Win, where you have the electoral map and you can like change it and all that? And
Yeah.
it has every election on there in history.
I usually go to the AP.
I'm on 2024.
Let's
They already have the election map done. Democrats
let's take a
309, Republicans 228.
let's take a look here. I'm going to share my screen here. We're going to go over there. What's it called? 270 to win.
Yeah.
We're going to go here to the map. So this is what
It
it looks
doesn't
like.
have that on mine.
So this is what mine looks like. This is for change from 2020 to 2004 electoral
Reset the map.
votes. All right,
All right.
cool.
I
So
used to do this all the time during
oh yeah,
presidential election years. I'll
me
go and
too.
do strategies and stuff and figure out like
So
what has
to
to happen.
2024, I think Texas is safe. I think Florida's safe. I think
Ohio's safe too.
I think North Carolina's safe. Uh, Ohio, I think Ohio's safe. Pennsylvania's a toss up in my
I
opinion.
don't know about North Carolina.
I
I
think
think
that New York is
Georgia's
going
a
to be a
red
toss up.
state, dude.
Georgia's right now Democrat. It's a purple state. Right now it's Democrat, so it's a toss up.
That's the first time it hadn't gone like that since Jimmy Carter, though.
No, it's been like
It's
that
like
before. It was there for Clinton, and then it went back that way for Obama.
it's normally it just became a swing state again.
What's this right here?
I
Is
think
this
Georgia's
for
red.
okay? You think Georgia's
Iowa's
red?
definitely red.
Oh, Iowa right here. So Iowa, we can put that
Yeah,
red.
Iowa's definitely, and Nebraska.
Nebraska's
They
second
do the
county.
split.
Yeah, I think that's going to be red. And so right now that brings us Democrats at
Arizona,
181, 235.
Arizona's red.
I think Arizona's going to go red this time. And New Nevada, I actually
Arizona's
think it's
usually
also
red.
it was Democrat this time.
Yeah, but supposedly it's normally red though.
I think that Nevada is going to go red. I really do. I really
I don't
think
know about
Nevada's
that
going
one.
to go red. But we'll leave that as a toss up. New Mexico, I think New Mexico is going to go red.
I definitely don't. Why would you think that?
The Hispanics are turning against the Democrats in large swathes.
I still don't
So,
think New Mexico's
or
guaranteed
so we'll
though.
leave New Mexico blue. Colorado is usually blue. So New York being the thing
What
that's
makes
in
you so
question.
sure about North Carolina?
North Carolina's always been red for the last several decades. North Carolina
Yeah, but
has been
it's been going blue the last couple of elections though. Obama and Trump.
no Obama didn't get North Carolina.
Well, let's go see.
North Carolina has been a Republican strongholds. Let me see if I got my notes next to me.
I
I
know it
think
has been, but
since 1986, I want to say.
it lets you go back over the. Oh yeah, historical presidential elections. I'll look it up. It lets you go back over every election in his. So 2020. Okay, in 2020,
It was
Trump won North Carolina. 2016. Okay, I don't know what I'm thinking about 2008 because Obama didn't even win it 12. So yeah, it's and also look at all this. Oh, you're not seeing it. 1996 Georgia is red. 2000
Yeah,
Georgia's red.
Georgia.
2004 red. 2008 12. It's been red for the last 6 elections. The last time it went
So you want to
1992.
so you want to
Georgia's
give
safe.
Georgia red. All right, so we'll give Georgia
Honestly,
red.
I think that it's highly suspicious, dude. Georgia is a red state.
So if we give Georgia
It was
red,
a fluke this last time.
the Republicans need only 8 votes. So what that means is that the Republicans can win New Hampshire and Maine, which the Republicans usually do win Maine. So we can give them Maine, and we can give them New Hampshire.
No, they don't.
They win.
They usually win a one vote.
They win a one
split
vote in Maine. That's what you're saying. So what we give?
Yeah, because it has a split vote. It's like.
So we give the Democrats that one. Where's the one vote? Maine. Here we go. District 1. So we give District 1 in Maine to the Republicans. That gives them one vote. and Republicans usually do get New Hampshire.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't gone red in a long
Okay,
time. I think it might,
then
but
we'll
it
give
still
that to
goes
them.
blue.
And then
It's
so
the
it
one
comes up.
state in New England that would if any of them did.
So then it comes down to these states right here. Now, see, New York is in contest right now because the polls are showing that New York is a possible flip. Now, if New York doesn't flip and stays blue,
Yeah,
the
but
Democrat.
those aren't presidential polls though. That's Congress
I
though.
understand.
We
I
can't
understand
use
what you're
that
saying,
to
but so we're gonna say New York
assume
stays blue. So then it comes down to Pennsylvania. If Pennsylvania goes red, Republicans will win in 2024. Pennsylvania goes
it
red.
doesn't even
They
matter.
have
You can still. I think Michigan and Wisconsin go red again.
You think Michigan and Wisconsin are going to go red again? So if Michigan and
I
Wisconsin,
think so.
no, that's Minnesota. If Michigan and Wisconsin go red again, and
Not Minnesota.
Minnesota stays blue, and if Nevada, I think Nevada's going to be red, but you think it's going to be blue. The Republicans win.
I
It's
do.
going to be listen.
Well,
This is
it's
what
pretty
you're
clear,
predicting the
but
map is going to look
obviously this is all speculation since we're. No, I'm not making this prediction because we have 2 years to go. That's an eternity in politics.
like. Yeah,
This
that's
is a
true.
very, very early, like prototype speculation. But
So
as things
this is
stand
what
now, I think Pennsylvania could go red.
I think it's
But
possible. It
even if
should
it,
have went red. It should have went red this last election. There was, we're not going to talk about that because YouTube. It should have been red this last election, if you ask me. But if we reset the map, and this is what I'm projecting. I think that Maine is going to go red. I think all of it's going to go red. I think that New York is going to be a toss up. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that Virginia is going to go red. I think North Carolina is going to be red. I think Florida's red. Texas is red. Arizona, Nevada is red. Iowa is red. Ohio is red. And then what I'm focused on are these right here. And then we're going to give that one vote to the Democrats. No, not that. We'll give the one to the Democrats. And then the rest of it's going to the Republicans. And then the one for Nebraska is going to the Democrats. And I think that it's possible that the Democrats keep Minnesota. I think that they might keep Michigan, but and if we're going to go by the trend, then they'll keep Wisconsin. So then it comes down to Georgia, Pennsylvania, New York. So the Democrats take New York, and the Democrats take New Hampshire. Then it comes down to Pennsylvania and Georgia. So for the Democrats to win, they'd have to win both Pennsylvania and Georgia to get to exactly 270. Republicans only need one or the other, and it's over for the Democrats. Doesn't matter if they take Georgia or not. So Republicans path to victory. If we take New York off the table, which it probably is going to stay blue, if we take New York off the table and let it be Democrat, then the Republicans right now, according to my projections, it's going to come down to Georgia and Pennsylvania, and that's considering if nothing changes in Michigan, Wisconsin, or Minnesota. Because if something changes there and the Republicans are able to pick up Michigan, it's over. Doesn't matter. If the Republicans are able to pick up
obviously
Wisconsin,
we can't really, we don't even know who the candidates are going to be really, so we can't really make a prediction because that matters a lot.
that's true. I
If
still
it's
think
Biden again, let's just say it's Biden again, dude. Virginia going red, Nevada is definitely going red, New York might go red, maybe not. But if it's Biden again, I guarantee you we're going to see some states that never
let's
red go
assume
red.
that New York goes red and the Republicans are able to take those three and Georgia back, Pennsylvania. Republicans will have 366 to 172. Now, I honestly think that if Nevada goes red, New Mexico goes red with it. That's my belief. Those two trend together very well. So if Nevada goes red, New Mexico's going red. The
Dude,
Democrats
I
chant.
honestly, there's a very, very strong chance Virginia goes red because of all
I
this
already
school
already
stuff that's been happening.
already put it red. I put it red because of Governor Youngkin and Lieutenant Governor Winsome. They've been doing great work there, and I think that's going to stay for them. So I've already put it as red. So and that one district in Nebraska, we can just say that's going to be
Dude,
red. That gives
I
the
think
Republicans that.
if it's Biden versus DeSantis, I think DeSantis wins every state.
I don't think he wins
I'm
every
obviously
state, but
exaggerating a little bit, but he's probably going to win in a landslide.
but if
There's
New
no way
York
they're
is
going to run Biden again, dude. There's no way.
uh, who would they run?
Dude, anybody else? Like, how could they? There's no, I can't
I
foresee
mean,
a
I,
future
I
scenario
understand.
with
I
Biden
get it.
running again.
Kane says that New York will be red in 2024, and he's a New Yorker, so maybe he has some more knowledge that we don't have. But if New York goes red in 2024, and Pennsylvania, Georgia, if the Republicans are able to get Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota because of all the crime that's been happening up there, if they're able to do that, 372 is the Republicans to 166 to the Democrats.
Cuomo, dude, that'll be a disaster too.
Let's see, what did he say? He said the Democrats are going to run Cuomo in 2024. He is the only one that can step up to Trump. I think the
Either
Democrats are
Cuomo
going to try to run.
or Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, I was about to say Gavin Newsom. I think they're trying to run him,
Oh
or
man,
because the
a
Democrats
mannequin.
are, or because the Democrats are trying to make everybody gay, they might put Pete Buttigieg back in there. We
Anybody
definitely
that,
know Kamala's
I-
not going again.
dude, anybody they pick out of the crop they have now is going to do horribly. There's no good people in the Democrat Party, dude. The
I think
Democratic
Bernie's
Party
going to win
is
again.
on its last leg. It's about to be replaced by another major party at some point in the future. It'll probably be a long time. I'm predicting. I think because we've had a two-party system since the beginning, but those two parties have not stayed the same. The Democratic Party is about to, I feel like they're going to be out of power for a generation, and then some other party will rise up to take their place.
I think Gavin is going to win. My sister over here in Facebook says, I can't show the Facebook messages, so they don't let me. But my sister and Gerald Rivers over here, he says driving a standard is like riding a bike. Once you know it, you'll never lose it, Rhett. And my sister says to me 23 minutes ago when we were talking about the run, she says that sounds like a good idea. If he disappoints, run. They're talking about Mike Ezel and me running for Congress. So I mean, this if this map is correct, Rhett, wow, 2024 is going to be again the most important election in modern history. If this map is anything to go by. Now let's say
It's
worst
not going to
case
be
scenario
election.
happens for the
No.
Republicans. If we have worst case scenario for the Republicans, Democrats get Arizona, Democrats get Nevada, they get Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Republicans keep their strongholds in Texas, uh, Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, and Iowa, and Nebraska. Republicans will keep the 3 votes in Maine, or the Democrats will get the one. So then it comes down to again, Democrats are going to get New Hampshire. So this is where it comes down to. At worst case scenario for the Republicans, it comes back down to Georgia and Pennsylvania. If the Republicans win Georgia, they must win Pennsylvania to win. If it comes back down to this scenario, the Democrats, all they need to do is win either Georgia or Pennsylvania, and they'll win at 281 to 257. And that's in the Republicans' worst case scenario. But this is what the Democrats are hoping for. The Democrats are honestly hoping that they'll take Texas. That's what they hope. We know that's not going to happen, but that's what the Democrats are hoping. The Democrats are also hoping that they take Louisiana because of New Orleans. We know that's not going to happen. So if the Democrats took Texas, there'd be no hope for Republicans. Republicans would have to take New York and Georgia and Minnesota. Not that one. They'd have to take New York, Georgia, and Minnesota in order to win. Now I kept Virginia at blue. So these are just speculations about what that would look like. But honestly, I think we had it right the first time. I think Republicans keep Florida. I think Texas is safe. I think this is safe. I think Nevada goes. Nebraska's there. Iowa's there. Ohio's there. North Carolina and Virginia are there. And then Maine, when we go back here, and then Maine is there. And then it comes down to, well, let me go ahead and toss New Hampshire back over. And then it comes down to these four states if New York is off the table. And for this, Republicans need to win only one of these to win in 2024. And that's if New York is off the table. If New York is on the table, then the Democrats have to win New York, and then they have to win at least two. Actually, they need to win three of the others, maybe even all four. Let's check. If they win New York, they win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Georgia. So for the Democrats to win in 2024, from our projections, they have to win Georgia, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to beat the Republicans in 2024. That's what the projections are looking like. And my buddy Kane says Cuomo is the only one the DNC can sell to the American public. I don't know. Cuomo's a pedophile and a sexual harasser. He might get me too'd. But what do you think about uh, Bloomberg running again, King? You said that you were scared of Bloomberg running against Trump in 2020. So what do you think about Bloomberg being pushed again? I don't think it'll happen, but do you think there's a possibility for Bloomberg to be pushed again in 2024? Okay, oh, my buddy Kane wants to come on. I'm going to send you an invite, Kane, to to Facebook. Just go on there and click it. Go on to your Facebook and click that invite, and I'll bring you on. We have some pretty good projections here, but my math is showing me it's going to be a dead heat. It's going to be a dead heat match, but I think that the Republicans can pull strong on this one. I really do.
Man.
So I think it's going to be a tight race. I really do, because the problem is I don't know what to expect from these three states right here. That's the thing, because I thought these states were going to be red. I really did, because not when I checked the political landscape of these by district in 2020 and 2016, literally nothing changed except for in Michigan. This little area right here, very small little area, had a little bit more blue in it, and it's not that big of an area in Grand Rapids, Michigan. The rest of the entire state was red except for this area down here, which is in Detroit and Lansing, Michigan. But everything else was red, and it was the exact same way that it was in 2016. But yet they were able to pull a win out of their ass. I'll bring my buddy Kane.
Check the rumor mill and some big name
Oh,
receiver.
Lord Owlman, welcome to the show.
This is the New York Knicks.
Yeah, Odin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So tell me, what do you think about Bloomberg being a possibility in 2024?
Pix 11 News, sponsored by Charmin.
Bloomberg has no chance.
With Charmin.
Thank you, sir. I'm getting like feedback. I guess it's from my microphone.
It might be, because I don't hear any feedback. I hear your TV.
Hold on, let me turn the TV down. Hold on.
Where mobile and internet work hand in hand to create one seamless network that works to automatically block threats.
Your feedback.
Yeah, I'm getting like I can hear myself through the mic.
That's probably because you're listening to the live stream at the same time.
So what? Turn off YouTube?
Yeah, just put it on mute. Just put YouTube on mute. I got YouTube going at the same time too. I always watch my own streams.
Is that better?
But, yeah. Is it better for you? Because for me,
Yes,
I can't hear
it's
any.
better for me. Now you're talking about Bloomberg? No, Bloomberg has no chance.
So you don't think he has a chance? Because you were telling me in 2016, not 2016, 2020, that Bloomberg was the scariest opponent for Trump to face. What makes you change your mind this time?
Well, because if you look at the 2020 elections, where did Bloomberg, how did he look? He looked bad. That whole mini Mike shit. Bloomberg was basically the Ross Perot. That's what Bloomberg was in the 2020 election.
Okay, so how about this? On this map right here, I reset the map. What do you think is going to happen?
I really think the country is really going to flip red, and I want to get back to the point of why Cuomo's the only one that DNC could sell. Who can they sell? They can't sell gay Mayor Pete. They can't.
Well, how are they going to sell Cuomo? Because we know the first thing that his opponent's going to talk about is the fact that Cuomo led to the death of thousands of elderly people from coronavirus in the nursing homes.
It was swept under the rug, and that whole sexual harassment shit, he's been exonerated.
That's true.
The Democrats love a comeback story, and this is why Cuomo he had to leave being the governor, because in 2020, who was the only one that could beat Trump in 2020 was Cuomo.
I don't know. I don't think Cuomo could have beat Trump, but
he could legitimately beat Trump. He could have. Come on. I mean, I know we're on YouTube and all that shit, and we don't want to talk about that. But if you look at it, the only one that could have beat Trump legitimately, I'm not saying he would have, but could have, was Cuomo. And they wanted Cuomo out of the picture. They wanted him. That's why Letitia James went after him, because Cuomo, he doesn't fuck with the DNC. And the DNC says, hey, if we can't control you, fuck you. We're going to bring in fucking Brandon and Wakanda Harris.
Kamala's not going to be running again because she sucks so bad. I mean, she didn't even get it. She didn't even get over 3% in the debates.
Well, she polled under 2%. I mean, that was under 1%. Go ahead, sir.
No, I thought she polled under 1%.
At the most, she got 2 by some polls, but in reality, yes, you are correct. It is under 1%. But that's who the DNC wanted to sell. They wanted to sell her because, all right, fine, you couldn't get Hillary in there. Now you got the Jamaican sensation, fucking Wakanda Harris coming in, and they just couldn't sell her.
What do you think? What do you think about this? Do you think there's a possibility that the Democrats are going to try to push Stacey Abrams for president?
No, because if she can't even win the governorship in her own state, how is she going to do it for the country?
The same way Barack Obama did it. Vote for him because she's black.
Well, Stacey Abrams doesn't have the charisma as Barack Obama. She doesn't.
The thing with Stacey Abrams is, I think this is what's going to turn people off to her, is that she literally said that to stop inflation for women, you have to allow them to kill their children so that they don't have to pay extra money.
Yep, I heard that, and that's gonna. And you got to think about the state of Georgia. Fine, she might get the black vote in there, but then you got to think about it. That's a bunch of hillbilly white state. You think them hillbillies are gonna vote for fucking Stacey Abrams? Now
But really,
maybe go
the
ahead.
only thing we have to worry about in Georgia is right around here. If you look on my map here, in the top area around Fulton County, that's where Atlanta
Mhm.
is. That's where
Yep.
all the city blacks are. But when
You
you get
see,
around,
Odin, that's what I was gonna say. You have an amazing ability to say what I'm thinking in my fucking head. You're exactly right about Fulton County.
let me take a look here. I want to show you what I was looking at. So 2016 uh, election by county. I want to see if they still have this map. It is New York Times. So this is what it looked like, and in 2016. Okay,
Hmm.
so by counties, this is how I looked at it. So Georgia went red in 2016. Around here is where Fulton County is, Clay County, Pike County, and down here you have Fulton County, all the stuff that's around uh, Atlanta, Georgia. Now this area here grew significantly in uh, there it is right there, Fulton County. This area right here is what flipped the vote in 2016. Now this county is small. Look at how many votes there were total. A little, a little more than a little more, no, a little less than 420,000.
Hmm. And
Now, when
what
you
is the
compare
total? Well, hold on. What is the total population of Atlanta?
the total population of Atlanta, if I remember correctly, is a little over a million of the entire city. That's all the counties included. Now, Georgia's entire population, if I remember correctly,
There
is
you go.
around 8 million registered voters, and only about 5 million of them voted. And when I can't talk about it because YouTube would kill us. But when I did the math in 2020, the numbers don't add up
Mm.
as far as when they stopped counting the ballots in 2020, there was only 1% of the vote left to be tallied when they stopped counting the ballots, and somehow they still managed to find 300,000 votes. Well, at 1% of 4 million, that math doesn't add up.
No, the map doesn't add up. The numbers don't add up, and it's basically what we can't talk about on YouTube.
And so when I took a look at 2020, at the map in 2020, let me go show the 2020 results here by county. What's that? What's going on here? Why is it it's the same map? Why is it not doing it right? Let me go. Where is it at? Here, it's not showing it to it.
Well, let's get back to New York, and you're talking about New York flipping.
Yeah,
If you look,
that's what I want. Take a look at New York in 2020.
hmm
This is New York. All of the votes in New York are relegated here and here. And so this right here is what gave New York to Biden. New York City and Albany, particularly up not so much Albany, but right up here above Albany, Buffalo. But look at the rest of New York, completely red. This
it
is
doesn't
dangerous
add
for the
up.
Democrats because as more New York City persons have been fleeing the state, this population over here have a lot more power than they did when this area was still deep blue.
I mean, King, I'm gonna tell you some funny shit. I'm not gonna say it because we're on YouTube. But if you think about it, this was De Blasio's plan for New York City. De Blasio was basing shit off of the pandemic, and that the rich were gonna stick around and help the poor people. So he thought he was gonna. The rich fucking left New York. They said, "Fuck New York City. I could work from fucking home on a computer. Why the fuck am I gonna stay in fucking New York City when you got crazy homeless fucking people getting shot? You got motherfuckers riding mopeds on the motherfucking sidewalk. Crime is not being enforced at all." So de Blasio fucked up on that. Now you go back to the 90s when you had Pataki and you had Giuliani running shit at the same time. New York never, ever made more money under Giuliani and Pataki. New York was fucking making money, was coming out the fucking earlobes when Republicans ran the motherfucking goddamn state and fucking city. That is a fucking fact. Lee Zeldin, I don't like that motherfucker, but it's necessary to fucking goddamn get him in fucking office because Hochul is a fucking moron. She proclaimed herself God. She said, "I am God, and you voters are my apostles." What kind of shit is that?
Well, did she really say that?
She didn't say that she was God. She referred to herself as God. And she said that basically, Mama, you awake? Oh, Lady Owl was sleeping. We were watching it today, and she says, "God wants you to get vaccinated." This is what she said. She said, "God wants you to get vaccinated so we can help each other. And I want you to get vaccinated, and you are my apostles." So basically what she said was that she is fucking God and that the rest of us are her apostles, and we should all get
Okay, so
vaccinated.
here it is. I want the people to hear this.
Yeah, play
Let me do this here. I'm gonna share my audio. I want the people to hear this.
We have to get this community back. And what we went through this pandemic made us stronger. I believe that, especially when I talk to young people who weren't able to have their graduations from high school or a normal life for the last 18 months. I say to them, whatever comes your way in life, you are stronger. You are more resilient. God let you survive this pandemic because he wants you to do great things someday. He let you live through this when so many other people did not. And that is also your responsibility. But how do we keep more people alive? We are not through this pandemic. I wished we were, but I prayed a lot to God during this time. And you know what? God did answer our prayers. He made the smartest men and women, the scientists, the doctors, the researchers. He made them come up with a vaccine. That is from God to us. And we must say, thank you, God. Thank you. And I wear my vaccinated necklace all the time to say, I'm vaccinated. All of you. Yes, I know you're vaccinated. You're the smart ones, but you know there's people out there who aren't listening to God and what God wants. You know this. You know who they are. I need you to be my apostles. I need you to go out and talk about it and say, we owe this to each other. We love each other. Jesus taught us to love one another. And how do you show that love? But to care about each other enough to say, please get vaccinated because I love you. I want you to live. I want our kids to be safe when they're in school.
Okay, that's enough of that.
You see what she's saying. She's comparing herself to God.
Calling us apostles because she wants to stop us unvaccinated people. And
Yep.
you know what? The news article just came out this morning, as a matter of fact, that the director of the CDC has tested positive for COVID after having the new and improved fourth or fifth vaccine dose.
Mm-hmm.
So what, we can't talk too much more about that because YouTube, but it just goes to show at the lengths to which these people are willing to try to control people's lives.
But King, if you could pull up a video, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
If you could pull up a video where she is questioned about crime statistics in New York, she blatantly says, I don't need the statistics. I know what it is. I know what's going on. So she's basically saying, well, I don't care what the the crime numbers say, I'm telling you it's right. I don't need to look at any fucking verification of the crime numbers. She knows what's best for New Yorkers.
I don't see a video of it. It might be
It's up there.
hard to find.
All right, just Google Hochul doesn't need the stats.
Let's see.
Or Hochul doesn't need to look at the data. They asked her plain out. They said, look, the data says that crime is up. She goes, I don't need to look at the data.
I'm willing to 100% believe you because the exact same thing was asked in a different way to Beetlejuice over in Chicago, Lori Lightfoot. The same thing was asked to Beetlejuice, and she calls the reporter a liar for telling her what the crime statistics were.
Yeah, and they took away his press pass, that guy.
Yeah.
And everybody knows Chicago's fucked up, but she's continuing saying, oh, Chicago's on the rise. Crime is going down. Bullshit. Look at Philadelphia. Did you see, what is it, Fetterman approved?
Yeah, I was just talking about that earlier. Fetterman let first-degree murderers out, and the first-degree murderer, the first couple weeks out, goes and kills somebody. They rearrest him, let him back out, and then he goes and kills somebody again.
Yeah, and then you look at the DA of Pennsylvania. Oh, this is Republican rhetoric. They just want a change of election. No, we want you to put criminals in fucking jail and keep them there. Why you let this man killed another man in front of his son right before fucking Christmas? You sentence him and then you let him out. Then what does he do? A couple of days later, kill somebody else. How is this shit working?
But they say, oh, the crime stats are down. Well, you aren't arresting anybody.
Exactly. They're not arresting anybody. So those crimes are not being reported. So this is why this is show up in the fucking stats.
I love statistics because I love numbers. Numbers don't lie. And I get to point those numbers out. But, the same thing I was talking to you about last night about Herschel Walker and why he was such a good candidate for Georgia. Most people don't understand statistics. They don't understand percentages. They know what they mean, but they don't mean anything because they can't see a tangible number. But when you are able to show them the breakdown of how many people in comparison to the rest of the population, then it starts to click. It starts to click. When I showed all the math, this was what a couple years ago when we were doing all this stuff with Swag on DC.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, I did all of the data, and I broke down what the population percentage total for Black people in the country is at around 42 million. And then I broke down the percentage numbers of how many are shot by rifles by police officers, and that came down to what? I think it came down to like 0.00000024567 something percent, which isn't even a thousandth of a percentage point, not even a billionth of a percentage point of the amount of Black people shot by rifles by police. And I did all of the numbers, but because people can't see those numbers, they can't find it. It's not tangible to them. But then when you show the numbers, okay, out of 42 million people, only 3 Blacks were shot that were unarmed by police officers in 2019. Of those 3, only one of them was deemed to be unjustified.
King, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. All right, go ahead, King. I apologize.
So that number comes up to 66.6%, or 2/3 of unarmed shootings for black men were justified. Then, when you take a look at the numbers as it relates to how many violent crimes are committed, particularly when it comes to murder and and violent assaults, where black people are at 52%. When you take a look at the data, it shows over over 7,000 murders committed by blacks in 2019. It shows over 20,000 violent attacks perpetrated by blacks. These are the ones that were caught. Never to say the ones that don't get caught, because you can't snitch in a black community or you get your fingers chopped
Mhm.
off. So all of the data is out there, and the people know it, but they refuse to accept it because it makes them look bad. And me, I love my self image. I love black people, but I hate when stupid black people go out there and make the rest of us good, hard working, everyday American black folks look like we're a bunch of thugs and criminals.
Well, here's what I got to say about that. You have the data, you did the number, right? But here's the thing: everyday Americans, they can't. It's not that they can't access the data. The data is not being released, and it's being suppressed from them. And if you do actually look at the fucking data and you say, "Hey, this is a fucking fact," you're labeled a fucking racist.
Oh yeah. I can't tell you how many different types of trader I've been. I told you what my favorite one was, didn't I? Uh,
Which one was that?
the time I got called a class trader by by that guy. I think it was that one of them guys on Politically Provoked.
Oh,
The Facebook.
Eric Pooty. Eric
Yeah, I
Pooty.
think it was him. Eric Poe, or whatever the fuck his name is.
I call him Poonie.
He calls me a class trader for taking for investing in the stocks. He says that, oh, you're supposed to be poor like the rest of us and struggling, and you're a trader. You're a trader against your class for using what the rich people use to make money. Oh, like,
Yet he's living in a house with a white woman. He's been a fucking registered Democrat his whole fucking life, and he says he left the Republican Party because nobody called him to fucking speak about. But he calls you a fucking race trader. Fuck him.
like I told you last night, I've interviewed the Republicans, I've interviewed the Democrats, I've interviewed the Independents and the Libertarians. I've interviewed them all here on the show. I've talked to them all. I've been on other people's shows. I've been talking to all types of people. I've talked to white supremacists. I've talked to black supremacists, Hebrew black Israelites. I've done it all.
Yep.
And in my experience, eh, nobody has ever proven me wrong, not once.
Well, King, you interviewing Israelites and even if you interviewed Muslims, they're the most conservative people in this country. But the American public refuses to hear that. Yes, do the black Israelites have an agenda? Yes, they do. But I give them credit, whereas they stand by their positions. And they do what they fucking want to do. Whereas the biggest problem with this country is fucking liberal white women.
Oh yeah, liberal white women and gay liberal men, liberal white men, should I say? But then again, that's also the same thing with in the black community. As you take a look at what happens with Black Lives Matter. We know what their website says. As a matter of fact, they took it down. But you know what? The greatness that I am, the great King Odin. This is why they call me the great King Odin. This is why the Owl Man and Matt Super refer to me as the most dastardly member of the Lords of Five. And I don't know why they say this about me since I'm so nice.
Well,
But
I'll go ahead, sir, because I was going to explain why you're so dastardly, but go ahead.
but the great King Odin, as with many things, he always keeps a paper trail. And so I want to share this with everybody so that they'll be able to see it just as I see it. I have it here on my computer. I always keep this stuff. You never know when it's going to come up in conversation. Let me see if I can find it here on my stuff here. Go to my documents. Is it in
Well,
the
why you
document?
do that? Why you do that? Let me explain to your audience why you are the most vicious member of the Lords of Five. You are the most vicious because you got Matt Super, the white boy plumber. You got fucking the owl man, loudmouth motherfucker. You, King Odin, you strike people with surgical precision, and you give them the evidence and you give them all the fucking facts where they can't say shit. You're like a serial killer that has logic on his motherfucking goddamn side.
He called me a serial killer.
Yes, because you kill people with logic and fucking evidence, and you do it with such precision.
Well,
Precision.
talking about logic and evidence, here's a little bit more. Bam. They say that they never had this on their website. The Great King Odin, when it was on their website, downloaded it from their webpage. And what did they say? Bam. Ladies and gentlemen, we intentionally build and nurture a beloved community that is bonded together through a beautiful struggle that is restorative, not depleting. We are unapologetically black in our positioning and affirm Black Lives Matter. We do not need positioning to love, the desire, freedom for justice. But what does they say in the next sentence? In the next couple of sentences? Right here.
Go ahead.
We are guided by the fact that all Black Lives Matter, regardless of race, perceived sexual identity, gender expression, economic status, disability, religious beliefs. We make space for our transgender brothers and sisters to participate and lead. We are self-reflexive, and we work to dismantle cisgender privilege and uplift Black trans folks, especially Black trans
Mhm.
women. We build a space that affirms Black women and is free of sexism, misogyny, and environments in which men are centered. We practice empathy, blah, blah, blah. Down here, what does it say? We disrupt the Western pre-described nuclear family structure by supporting each other
Mhm.
as extended families. Not once in here do they mention anything
Yep.
about the father. What does it say here? This is what they want to do. They want to fagotize your children. And yeah, I'm going to say it. Fuck. I'm going to say it. Fuck off, YouTube. We foster a queer affirming network. When we gather, we do so with the intention of freeing ourselves from the tight grip of heteronormative thinking. They want to make all your kids gay.
Yep.
This faggotry right here is what I'm talking about. This is
But
what they
King,
want.
but King, I'm glad that you said that because where in that does it say anything about police brutality?
Doesn't say
Nowhere.
anything about police brutality. All it
Nowhere.
talks about is what they want to do for the black for gays. The only time it mentions police
Hmm.
brutality is in the beginning, right here, where it talks about what supposedly triggered them, which was the Zimmerman case and the Mike Brown and Ferguson, which Ferguson was a justified. Mike, that guy was attacking police officers. He was high on PCP.
Well,
We
yeah.
have the data on the Ferguson stuff and that Ferguson riots. We have the data on all of that. So
I
we have
mean,
all the data. We have the data on the Zimmerson case with
didn't
Trayvon
Mike
Martin.
Brown didn't Mike Brown go for the officer's gun?
Yes, he did.
And he never said, "My hands are up, don't shoot." Well, how are your hands up and you're trying to grab a cop's gun?
We have all the data out for those cases. We have the data out for the case of the Trayvon Martin case. That boy wasn't an innocent little boy like the media portrayed him to be. They never are. Do your research, people. We have all the stuff with Breonna Taylor. You know what? While I'm on it, you know what? I mean, I'm going to stop sharing. I want to share something else with you guys because a lot of people like to sit there and talk about a whole bunch of other stuff. Well, you know what? I like to do this. What I'm going to do
Well, King, now you want to go on Breonna Taylor?
Wait,
Let's
I got something for you right here.
go
This
ahead,
is this
sir.
is what this is what I got. King Odin always comes prepared, and he always has the evidence and the data. So take it to the screen. Bam. What's this? Breonna Taylor's police report. Never say that this bitch was innocent because I got the report right here, all 33 pages of the police report. You want more? There's more of the case about her brothers, about her boyfriend, about her police records. We have the car, pictures of her in the
Yep.
car. We have the communications between her and Jamarcus Glover, redacted, where she's talking to him. Call Doug, which is Adrian Walker, on Facebook and see where the fuck Doug is at. And if he's got my fucking money riding around in my motherfucking car, and he ain't even where he's supposed to be at. Breonna Taylor says to him, "You said Doug? Yeah, Big Doug. I'll call him. Why can't I find him on Facebook? What's his name on there? Michi Walker." They got all the information right there. We got all that stuff. You want to say there's more to it? Well, okay, we got the picture of the house. We got the picture of the cars right there. We got the picture of where they were staking out at. Okay, you want to keep going on it? We got the picture of the car where the dead body was in the car when she turned it in. We got the picture of the street where they had staked it out for 3 years. They staked out this fucking street. But you want to say that she was just an innocent black woman who never did nothing wrong? Okay, I got pictures on that too. We're just going through some of those information that she was talking about. You can go read that on your own. But you want more? I got pictures that shows that she was just as involved as they were, because we got the pictures from the police department right here.
Well, yeah, she was a part of the criminal empire. But King, for your audience, I know you know the answer. Why was Breonna Taylor fired for her job? Why was she
You,
fired from her job?
she was fired from her job because she had a dead body in the car.
Exactly. How come
And
nobody's talking about that?
she turned it in, and apparently she never opened the trunk, and so she just blamed it on her ex-boyfriend Jamarcus Glover, because he was driving the car and he put a dead body in the car, but she couldn't smell it. She never opened the trunk. She never went to get any
Yep.
groceries. Who rents a car and doesn't put any briefcases in the trunk? I've never rented a car and not used the trunk, because when I rent a car, I'm usually going someplace for a long time. I have my suitcases. I put them in the trunk. So you mean to tell
Yeah.
me that she rented a car and never opened the trunk?
And you always check the trunk just to make sure the spare tire is in there, just in
Exactly.
case you breaks down.
You always check the trunk whenever you get ready to turn the vehicle back in case you forgot to take something out. You don't want to lose all your stuff, right?
Yep. And now let's talk about the new boyfriend. Did he have a right to shoot at the cops coming in? Okay. Well, maybe he did technically. I'm not saying he was right.
No.
I'm
You want
just
to know?
saying
You want to know why he didn't have a right to shoot him?
because
Shoot
they
at him? Be-
announced that they were
Not only
police.
because they announced it, but because they knocked on the door and announced it, and he got up, and then he started. Then he went to grab a gun after they knocked on the door. So when somebody knocks on your door, the first thing you do is shoot them? I don't
Mhm.
think so. That's not what law-abiding citizens do. They don't shoot at people when people knock on the door. We also got pictures of Breonna Taylor holding the AK-47. You guys want to see that? I can find that one too. It's in the report.
But King, this is my question. If he did have a legal right to shoot at the police coming in, right? And he did shoot, he shot an officer in the leg, right? Why was Breonna Taylor the only one to get shot because of police firing back?
Well, the reason why is
He put
because
it right.
pulled in front, as we see in the police body
Exactly.
cam.
Exactly. He put her in front of him.
And the
Why isn't
fact of the
this not?
matter is they say, well, they didn't have all the data. Well, they arrested Jamarcus Glover earlier that same night, and they did
Yes.
simultaneous search warrants. Simultaneous means they did it at the same time. They arrested Jamarcus Glover at the crack house, and she what's the stash house? If you don't know the drug game,
Mhm.
well, the stash house is where they have all the money.
But,
So she's the
but,
stash house.
but
Jamarcus Glover
King,
was running his business out of her house.
King, let's get back to this fact. And you said it plain and clear. Why was she the only one shot? Because he put her in front of him. He was behind her fat ass, and he
Human
was shooting
shield.
at the police, and she was a human shield.
Exactly. Is her death tragic? Yes. Did she
Very
deserve what
tragic.
she got?
Nope.
Absolutely.
I don't believe any human should die, but she died because her boyfriend sacrificed her. He sacrificed
No,
her.
that's not why she died. Sure, her boyfriend sacrificed her. She died because she put herself in a predicament where that could happen to her by being associated with drug dealers, by riding around with dead
All
people in
right,
the
all
car,
right.
by holding AK-47s, by not opening the door for the police, by not telling her boyfriend to go put the gun back down. She opened herself up to that. So was her death unfortunate? Absolutely. Did she deserve it? Absolutely, because she put herself in that predicament.
I'm gonna have to, you know what? I agree with your premise. I agree with your premise that she's put herself in that kind of environment. But if she didn't come out the bedroom, she would have never died. It
That's
was
true.
the boyfriend put her in that position. So this is what I'm saying. Where Breonna Taylor, did she deserve to die? No, but she was put in that position to die.
Oh no. See, this is what people get it wrong when I say did she deserve it. I'm not saying she deserved to die. I'm saying she deserved what she got because she put herself in that predicament. If
Mhm.
what she got was death, oh well. She put herself in that situation. She had no business being in that situation. But that's the life she chose to live. That's the life she chose to die by. End the
And
story.
I agree with you. She fucking put herself in a position where the cops came to her house because she's the stash house, and her grimy fucking boyfriend grabbed her and used her as a human shield. So hey, you did that to yourself. The police didn't go there with the intent to kill Breonna Taylor. They did not. They went in there to serve a fucking warrant, and her man chose to shoot at a police officer.
And not only did they go to serve a warrant, they went to serve a no knock warrant. But they knocked anyway.
Yes, they did. But he took her fat ass and used her as a fucking shield. I'm not knocking her for being fat. You can't say she wasn't fat. She's fat.
Yeah. I mean, they can say she's thick, but thick is just code for fat.
Wow. Look, I wouldn't consider her thick. I would consider her fat. She was a fat woman. And that's why he used her as a shield, because he figured all that blubber would capture all the motherfucking bullets. And that's just me. I'm just fucking around, but it's the truth.
The fact of the matter is, when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes.
Yep.
Breonna Taylor played a stupid game. She won a stupid prize. But this is what they want to use to try to get all this stuff. I don't have the time, and probably I might get kicked off of YouTube and Facebook for talking about all of this stuff. But
I apologize if I brought it out of you.
But I don't have the time to go over all of the cases like the George Floyd case, which I could go over in great detail and
Oh,
show the
yeah.
video on all of that stuff. But I don't got the time to do that because people are going to be like, oh, blah blah blah, like, you know what?
If you do have the
Yeah.
time, what was the case of the kid that was running around with the fake gun and the police shot him? Remember, was it Tamir Rice?
Yeah. And the problem is, police got called because there's a person running around waving a gun at people. The gun looks
Yep.
like a real gun, and he's waving the gun at the police.
Yep. And now let's look at the circumstances of the case. Tamir Rice, how old was he when he died?
I can't remember.
He was a teen, but he was a teen that was 5'10" and 230 fucking pounds. So now you got somebody running around in a park that is 5'10", 230 pounds, pointing what people thought was a real fucking gun at people. And when the police pulled up on him, they said, yo, drop the fucking gun. And what did he do? He pointed a fucking toy gun at the police. What are they supposed to do? They didn't know he was, what, 13, 14 years old? He looked like a grown man.
Even if you was 13, 14 years old, it didn't matter. When you draw a weapon of any kind towards a police officer, they have to respond with like force to prevent danger, to prevent potential harm for not only themselves but potential civilians. They can't discern whether the gun is real or not. You know, there's a reason why the guns, the toy makers had to put those orange nozzles on guns back in the day and make them all types of colors because they weren't able to determine what was real and what was fake, and a lot of that bad stuff happened back in the day. So they changed the code. But you know what? Young black kids and young white kids, but it happens more in black areas. They like to take their little Nerf gun and spray paint it to make it look like a real gun, so they can run around acting stupid. And then you want to point it at the police, and the police are supposed to know that it's a spray painted Nerf gun.
And that's exactly what Tamir Rice did. It was an orange nozzle. He took it out and spray painted it, and I think he actually took out, like he tried to, what's that term? Rifle the fucking gun. Not intentionally, because, you know, he wasn't going to use it as a weapon, but he took that fucking chamber out. Now you get reports of a 5'10", 230-pound person running around in the park waving at the gun people, talk about, oh, I'm going to rob you. What do the police think when they come in? What are they supposed to think?
Exactly. That's the problem. But people don't want to talk about the facts of the case. They just want to say, oh, it's an innocent black person. Who gives a rat's patootie? The fact of the matter is, you put yourself in that situation.
Did you just say patootie?
Yes, I said patootie.
I've heard that word in over 30 years. I love you, King. No homo.
But the fact of the matter is, it doesn't matter. The facts are the facts. If you raised your kid better, he wouldn't be in trouble with the cops. Point blank, period.
Yeah, where were the parents in all this?
Where was his father? And if you're Black Lives Matter, where was the community that was raising him? Why were none of them around? Where was Big Mama?
Well, here's the whole thing with BLM, right? You wanted to destroy the nuclear family, so hey, BLM, answer that question. You don't want a mother and father involved with a child's life, BLM. You don't. But even though they spent, what was it, maybe $2 million on fucking transsexual escorts? Oh yeah, America.
Oh, yeah. Don't forget all the mansions they bought in white neighborhoods.
Yeah, and look what happened when Candace Owens pulled up on their so-called compound. This is a compound that was bought so they could hold rallies and do their TV shows and do all this shit, right?
$80 million, folks. You guys donated $80 million to a bunch of crooks.
And Candace Owens pulls up, and who does she talk to? A white security guard at the fucking gate. And then you got Patrice Colored tweeting live, crying, Candace Owens is at my house. She's at my house. Wait. I thought that was a BLM compound. So you just admitted that is your house. You admitted that's your place of residence. But I thought that was supposed to be a BLM compound where free minds could come together and you could broadcast all your thoughts all across the world and hold lectures and all that shit. No, it's your fucking house, bitch. Why are you lying?
You know what, Lord Owl Man?
Sir, I'm sorry if I'm a little bit vulgar.
You know what, Lord Owl Man? I got something to say. And that is, King Odin is pissed. But he's pissed because UPS, U.S. Postal Service, did not deliver his luxurious lounging socks today like they were supposed to. And so now I have to wait another 2 to 3 days to get my lounging socks.
But did you get your pillow?
I got my pillow a few days ago. This
I
one's the
got the
free one. This is my
pillow.
pillow travel pillow that they
How
gave me
is it?
for free, and I got the my pillow in the bed. And so far, I haven't had any problems. They fluff up really good. They hold their shape really good, and they don't hold heat that long. And they've been pretty good so far. I've
So
only had them for a couple days, but as I sleep on them, my neck's been feeling a little bit better. And if I can go 30 days with this pillow and it not go flat, I might not buy a new mattress. I might just buy the My Pillow uh, uh, mattress cover. The thing you put on the mattress to give it more life. Because I do need a new mattress. My back has been killing me.
but I got a question. Where'd you get that hat?
I have no idea.
I used to rock that same hat back in the days. I
I,
love
I
that
love I
fucking
love
hat.
these type of hats though because you know I like to wear my little beanies and stuff, but I also like to have a little bridge over top of my head when I'm outside for the sunlight. But most of the time, if I'm wearing a hat, I'm usually wearing a fedora or a baseball cap. But because I can't wear my fedora and do the show because of my headphones, I wear a hat
Mhm.
like this because can't put my
But can
headphones
you
on.
can you do your friend Al Man a favor? Bring down the brim and then tilt it to the right. Now you're making me feel like in New York.
The great King Odin never rocks a sideways hat.
I used to rock that same motherfucking hat back in
But
the
you
day.
know what, Lord
And
Outman,
we used to
I do got something that might give you flashbacks to your glory days.
what? You got a box of roaches?
Oh no, that's your family. But nah, here it is.
Oh, god damn it. That's right. Y'all man is a direct descendant of Genghis Khan.
No, I'm talking about when the y'all man was fighting the
Oh,
Chinaman.
when our man killed 32 Chinamen in his helicopter. That's right.
Yeah, flipped upside down and chopped their heads off with the propellers on Monkey Mountain,
On Monkey Mountain, and he
fighting the
killed
rock apes.
32 Chinamen with a pair of chopsticks.
Oh
Wow,
man,
where'd you get that hat? God
I got the
damn.
hat at a Chinese Chinese or I don't know if it's Chinese or Japanese food mart that I go to all the time, and they have those and they have rice noodles in there. And I said, well, look, I've always wanted one of these hats, and I said I could get it for fishing, for when I go fishing and when it rains outside, because of the cone to
Mm.
keep the water off, and I'll get it for when I go fishing. And
Is it bamboo?
yeah, it's bamboo. It's a good hat. Of
My
course, I
man.
have hats all the time. I rock my Texas heritage with my cowboy hats all the time.
Well, I always say with you and your hats, you're like the black Frank Sinatra of hats.
Well, I have seen people with black guys with better hat collections than me, but I love a good hat.
No,
I
no, but
love.
when I say the black Frank Sinatra, you do it with class. You
Oh
do it
yeah,
with class.
everything has to be with class, just like old Blue Eyes.
It's like I remember when you were coming down to New York, and then what were you going? You were gonna fly into Newark, right?
Yeah, I was going to fly in.
And then I said, I get on the bus and come into Penn Station or what's the other one? And I was gonna look for a guy with a fucking suit and a motherfucking tie and a
Oh
motherfucking
yeah, because
fedora.
I had my suit, my tie. I had because it was winter time,
Mhm.
and so I had on my big and tall jacket.
Yeah, and I said that's how I'm gonna know who he is. I'm like, I'm looking for the suit and tie and the motherfucking fedora.
But now the great King Odin has another way for you to recognize him come tomorrow.
And what is that, sir?
That's when King Odin's crown comes in the mail.
Oh, that's right. You told me about the crown.
Yeah. King Odin needs a crown, and so I'm gonna have that in the mail. You know, I've been trying to get you on my show for so long, and every time I had you on, I had difficulty recording your voice.
Well, because the owl man has security systems stepped in.
Nah, it's because the great King Odin didn't use his old tricks. I had a way of recording you and Matt Super, but I had Matt Super on, I had Jay on, and I recorded like a 3-hour show with you, a really good show, and
Yeah, we
nobody
have a
ever got to
show.
see it because of the issues with the recording.
Wait, Matt Super's been on here?
Matt Super was my second ever guest. No, I think he was the first guest. Jay was the second.
Wow. So if I go back, I can hear Matt Super on here?
Yeah, I think on like episode 2 or 3, The Edifice of Justice, Matt Super's on there, and Birth of a Nation, I think Matt Super was on that one. Matt Super's been on about 2 or 3 times, I think.
Well, do you have the episode where Jay didn't show up and it was me, you, Matt, and Diana?
That's the Fireside Chat. Now that's on my other YouTube channel,
Oh, all right.
Ministry Inc. But here I got that one too. Let me see. Let me swap over to Ministry Inc.
That was a good episode.
Oh yeah, that was a good one. Because I wrote that entire piece in a night because you asked me to write something about that. Yeah, and here it is right there. I mean, let me pop this on here. I want people to see this. The Great King Odin. Now the Great King Odin doesn't look like this anymore because he's changed his style a little bit. But that was the Great King Odin, the Fireside Chat. And see, and I recorded your voice in this one. I had all of you guys. So I knew I could record your voice, but for some reason, it just wouldn't let me do it on my newer computer that I had at the time.
How the hell did you get in here, Taino?
Wow.
And we had a good time. I think Mega Man was in here too. I think
with you two, and our fly on the wall type.
Yeah, man was there.
So I'll go ahead and start off with this one here. So for as long as I can remember, the American preamble to the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence's phrase that says life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness has been the founding blocks on which so many reformed modern civilizations have been formed.
I think I did a show on this one too.
Today,
I think I redid this one on
by the loss of this principle to remind the world
Yeah,
of the
I
foundation to any great society.
We were talking about
when I read and
pursuit of
recite
happiness,
the preamble to the
and you were
Constitution,
like, "Oh shit!" I remember that.
and you always make sure that you had enough to go get what you wanted.
You were
So
always
why
like, "Oh, I like that part. I
then
like that part
have
there."
we
Blah 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 blah.
equated happiness as a goal that is beyond our
Let's see. If I go on,
the hero side.
see, look, there's Matt Super.
And they were talking about, how capitalism sucks and this and that. And I'm like, how can capitalism suck if it's proven that it can get you out of poverty? You can be your own boss if you choose to be. And it's helped in so many ways. And they're trying to say that every system out there has its flaws. Yes, things has its flaws. But you know what? I'd rather rely on capitalism than to be dependent on socialism, where you see it and every day that it's always failed. Because everybody looks at the new kids. I'll say this generation don't see the flaw. They don't see the flaws in socialism. They want to build up debt, but now they don't want to be responsible for that debt. They want.
agree.
Yeah, it's crazy. I'm like, if I put $100 here, I have a friend of mine. His kid has an $80,000 debt in college, but he's paying it off. And he's been paying it off for and the debt was a lot higher. But you know what? He got that degree and he's paying it off. That's responsibility.
And see, now when you're talking about responsibility, and King, when you said it, it's the efforts of your labor.
See
Education
there?
is
That's
earned.
you
You
talking about
earn
the efforts of your
education.
labor.
Education is not a right. It's something that you pursue. Now the whole
Wow,
thing
I
is
was sober.
so when you want to pursue it, it's something that you want.
Yeah, you made
And
me
like you
have to
said,
hold
the
this
efforts
off
of
a
your
couple of
labors,
times because you wanted
that's
to
where
be
you get
sober
the
to do it.
rewards. Shit cannot be handed. Because if shit is handed to you for the rest of your fucking life, you'll never achieve anything on your own.
I agree with you 100%, Al, man. And I find it so important here. I'm going to change the topic and ask a question to you, the two of you. What Matt Super was just saying, and what you were just saying about education. I mean, in our country today, education is ample, but education is so. It seems like over the last generation, education has failed our society. And you take a look at the colleges; they've been the liberal safe havens of indoctrination. There's no real substance in our colleges, and then you have tons and tons of college debt from students that are taking on loans that they don't need, using them for things that are not met for school purposes. And so, I mean, I want to ask the two of you a question here. In America today, do you think college is necessary to survive?
Mm-hmm.
If I might say, you know what, King? I wanted to say, but I wanted you to finish first. Education doesn't fail us. It's the people behind the education that are failing us with these new liberal ideas saying that everybody's equal. In a sense, everybody's equal, but they're not. Here, if the Arrow Man is more qualified in a job that he can do better than me, then how am I his equal? I'm his equal as a human being, but I'm not equal in the labor of the knowledge that he has in that specific area. As the same with my plumbing skills, So the whole thing is to understand that people have to understand. I went to college for a short time. College is not for everybody, but even in my line of field, I have to learn everything. I can't be given it, because even if it's given to me and I don't know the true concept of it, now if I go on my own, how do if a problem comes up, how do I resolve that problem if I'm always babied?
I agree.
You got to man up sometime.
All right, so now you posed the question. What was it? Do you think going to college is? Can you repeat that?
Do you think that going to college in our country today, do you think that's the only way that we can survive? Do you think going to college is the only path forward in our country today?
I don't think it's the only path going forward, but all right, so you go to school to learn, and I've always been taught this philosophy: learning wisdom is the way to achieve opportunity. Now, do you need to go to college to achieve that opportunity? It depends on what you're trying to go and try to pursue in life. But no, yeah, I went to college for 2 years, but I make my money, I do what I do. If I would have finished through college, maybe I could have got, more money and shit like that. But you are able to survive without that college education. And this is the thing about college. College is designed for you to fail your first 2 years. That's a proven fact. It's designed for you to fail, so then you learn how to achieve what you want. And that's why I say with wisdom comes opportunity. But do you need college to get by in life? No. But you have to have some kind of fucking common sense to know, all right, look, I'm not going to go to college. This is my plan. This is what I have to do. But education is very important. I'd agree.
You see,
I
this
agree
is
with you
this
guys
is
on
how they
education is
know
important.
that you two bastards are New Yorkers.
Wow. Yeah, you bring it back.
Look at the names in there. No 5v5 trap hike, natural glider. I haven't seen those names in a long time.
Because we spaced them out.
Yeah, we destroyed everybody in there. But man, we've had some great conversations in there. Now, obviously, I couldn't continue playing further because we had a guest, and we can't use his name on YouTube or the name that we called him anyway.
Oh, yeah. We'll call him Mega Man.
Yeah, Mega Man. Yeah, he was a guest in that particular episode towards the later part of it. But thanks to Jay, Mega Man has a different name that he is forever known by that we can't say on YouTube.
But I give Jay credit because Jay was the only one to come out and say his real name. It was I can't say. But Jay and Jay says it so freely.
He just comes out and says it like God, like Jay, like even when we were supposed to stop using it, supposed to go back to being cool. Here comes Jay. Hey, blah blah, and I'm like, I just can't with you, Jay. It rolls off the tongue so naturally. Like that was always his name. His name was never Mega Man. It was always the other.
And it just felt natural. And like everybody just
And
started
eventually,
calling
Mega
that.
Man just had to accept that.
Oh, you said it.
No, I didn't say it. I said Mega Man.
Oh, all right.
I said eventually Mega Man just had to accept that that was his name.
And you know what? He probably might be even more popular if he used that name.
I think he get kicked off DC.
But he can figure a way to use it.
Oh man, we had a lot of good stuff. I'm just looking at this with my old YouTube channel and my podcast YouTube channel and my podcast itself. Uh, you know, I have more than what more than 200 videos posted on YouTube and on my other platforms.
Well, this is why I say you should, all put them into one. I mean, my plan is to have one title, but I have different
Oh
sections,
yeah, Alman.
and you should do it.
I don't mean to cut you off, but this one is an episode from my old podcast that I think I need to redo, or at least put this on my new YouTube channel. This one,
Go ahead.
take this one was me exposing the failure of government monopolized systems. I was exposing Obamacare after all my years selling it. I did a video where I exposed Obamacare and told everybody what was wrong with it and how to avoid Obamacare.
But hold on, before you play that video, I remember it might have been like 2017, and I came in 5v5, and I was trying to prove the point. I'm like, who in here has ever benefited off of Obamacare? And you broke down Obamacare to me. I was like, oh shit. So go ahead, sir. You were the first one to say that.
Well, it helps that I sold it.
Yeah, exactly. That my point was when I went into 5v5, my point in 5v5, who in here has ever benefited off Obamacare? And you were the first person to say I was on Obamacare, and then you broke it down saying you used to sell the shit. And I listened to this shit. I'm like, all right, this motherfucker know what he's talking about. But go ahead, King. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I just wanted to play a few clips of it.
I just want to throw that history in there because we got history.
Oh, you know me. I always have that Constitution handy.
Hold on, King. I just got to peep real quick. Hold on. Sorry not to be professional. Hold on. King of that.
Let me skip ahead here. I just wanted to show it. But I brought people to this website so that people can go and look and see what's wrong with it. But then I took it further and I brought to this page. This is, all 800. Oh, look how many pages this is. This is the Affordable Care Act. This is how I know nobody read the bill. 2,409 pages of document. 2,409 pages. And so I did a video on that, and I need to do another one on that one, a more updated version of it where I go in depth with it. But I went on that one for a while, talking about all the problems with the Affordable Care Act and why it costs so much money. And you know me, I've been talking about this for a long time.
Yes, you have.
And it does my heart some good when I see my sister comment on my Facebook stuff, and she tells me that she's on my side now.
Yeah, I think I brought that up with you maybe about like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, a couple days ago, I think.
And I was, your sister, I'm not going to say her name or anything like that, but she goes, wow, I can't believe all these years, I was arguing with you, and now I know that you're right. And I wish I could give that shit 2 thumbs up. There's only one.
But, and that's why I go back to, and everything that I've been doing with this. And since I've started on doing it now, and I always do the facts, I always make sure I know what I'm talking about before I speak. But people have challenged me on it. Nobody's ever been able to prove me wrong. You saw me when I first started debating on Politically Provoked.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody could hold a candle to me because they couldn't deal with the facts.
Well, yeah, that was their whole problem, is because you come with the facts. Like they like to put up a show and do all this razzle dazzle bullshit where you just came in and just stated the facts, and they were just so shocked that you would say it, and you were like, well, "Am I wrong?" And they had no answer.
I love the most recent one where you said to me, like, King Odin, how'd you do that? I was screaming at this motherfucker, and I wasn't even debating him, and you just
Yeah,
no.
but
just no.
that idiot from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, dude says that we're polluting his air or whatever.
Yeah, he come up in here with his fucking red hair, trying to look like a fucking ginger Castro, and then he was saying all this shit, and then he said, so you disagree?" Or he said something to him, and you say, "No," and he flipped out.
He was like he says, do you agree that something that's beneficial to the country, or that's capitalism, is trying to say that renting out all the land from the city
Yep.
is supposed to be good. It's like, this is supposed to do, like, no. And the Owlman's in the comment section like, King Odin, how you just said no? And
but
then
he flipped out.
No,
he flipped out when you said no.
And then I'd say, okay, you want me to explain?
Yep. And then when you were explaining it to him, like the look on his face was like he couldn't believe it.
And then he kept trying to have a gotcha moment. He kept trying to ask the same question over and over again, and I kept saying the same thing. No.
Yep. He would try to get you, right? And then he would say, "Oh, well, what do you think about this? Do you agree?" And you just be like, no. He'd flip out.
He started calling for Justin, trying to get some backup, some help.
Yeah, well, Justin was doing,
Justin's back there fighting with his fucking girlfriend.
well, if it is a girlfriend. But I'll make my peace with Justin. But yeah, but King Odin, that was probably the most impressive debate I ever saw you have, because you just sat there calmly and you made him freak out, and him freaking out proved the point you were making.
Well, I absolutely love doing debates because it's so fun. But I had to tone it down. I told Rhett that I wouldn't debate anymore. So that's the reason why when I comment on stuff in Politically Provoked, I don't go back and forth with the people anymore. I just comment what I'm going to say and be done with it, because Rhett's like, you got to be careful because all of the YouTube stuff is tied to your account. So if you get banned, we lose viewership. I'm like, okay, all right. I got to do it for the sake of the business. So,
Go ahead.
But I still go on other people's show and make them look a fool on their own show.
But all right, it's not to kiss your ass or anything, you fucking Mississippi fucking goddamn catfish eating motherfucker. But it made me think, like when you were debating that guy and I hit you up, I'm like, yo, how are you gonna let him say that? Get back at him. Because the Owl Man, or if you get the Matt Super, we're like, But I just saw the brilliance in your debate tactic where you just said one simple word was no. And anything that I could have said, yelled, or screamed, it would have just fed into his energy. It was that one simple word was no. And I was like, oh, this fucking Odin.
I think you said it right. That it feeds them, and it makes you look more foolish and more desperate.
Yes. Yep.
But instead, when you just say no and let them flip out, it makes them look foolish, and it starts to show the holes and cracks in their belief.
Yeah. And when I was watching the debate, I was very hyped. I was very amped, and I was like, fuck, I need to get on there and yell at this guy. But you just held it like, no. And it's just like when we go in the Facebook group and when people say something, I just put in lies and they get all freaked out.
Facts.
Yeah.
But you know what? Now you compare that in contrast, because you see my debates when King Odin just goes on a rip. When someone's so stupid that King Odin just has to let it go. Now you've seen me go all in.
But that's the shit that they need to feel. This is why I say you're a fierce debater, because you could balance the two out. You could balance the two out where you could just say no, and then they flip out, and then you kill them with the logic, and then you flip out, making them look even more stupid.
And you see, when I flip out, I call that destroyer mode, because when I flip out on somebody, it's because they're so stupid and they've said something that was so dumb that I just couldn't hold it back anymore, and I can't let them continue going on being so stupid. So I have to destroy them and tear them down completely, and then rebuild them afterwards.
Well, we see that's what the thing that your audience doesn't know. And I don't know what happened with your co-host. Did he just leave?
Yeah, he left. It's past his bedtime.
See, now with King Odin can be very calm, very nonchalant, answer your questions. And he's very effective debater doing that. It's when Odin does raise his voice, you're like, oh shit. That's why I call you the most terrifying member of the Lords of Fire, because you don't suspect it from you. You don't think King Odin has that in him. So when it comes out, you're like, oh shit.
It's a good debate tactic, because when people are used to you being a certain way, when you raise your voice, that's authority. when I raise my voice, people shut up and they listen. When you raise your voice, people still try to talk over you because
Yeah.
you're always going back and forth with them. But when King Odin raises his voice, they go silent.
Well, it's like somebody told me it's the man that says less has the most powerful voice. And when he speaks more, people will listen.
It's true in many ways because for example, I've taught at my church for many years, and most of the time I like to sit in the back, or if I'm in the main hall, I sit four seats from the front on the most right hand side, and uh, very very rarely do I ever say anything, do I ever do anything. But because of that, whenever I do something,
Hmm.
it makes it a lot more important, and people
Yep.
listen a lot more. And I picked up that tactic from my pastor actually, because my pastor was a great mentor for me. But one thing I used to do was, uh, in Bible school, vacation Bible school during the summer. Pastor, he never did teach courses and stuff like that, but he would come to the Bible school, and he would come to Bible school and Bible study on Wednesdays, and he would just sit in the crowd like a normal person. I remember when I first met Pastor Bolden. I was young, didn't know that he was about to be the new pastor of the church. I don't even remember who the pastor was before him, and I remember I was sitting right next to him on the other side during Bible study, and he was showing me stuff in the Bible, and he was talking to me. And my grandmother called me to come sit back over there by her because nobody knew who he was. He was like, they don't know this guy, but he's going to be the new pastor. Nobody really knew that. And so my first time meeting him was just sitting there looking through the Bible with him, as if he was just a normal random person when he was actually the pastor of the church. And so I sort of learned and I emulated that from my pastor, that the best way to learn and teach is to be a permanent student and stay quiet and humble
Mm.
and listen all the time. And so that's sort of how I emulated things. And so when I started teaching and whatnot for there, it kind of fell naturally because I spent so much of my time just sitting back, staying quiet, listening and learning and writing down everything.
Well, that's how you're supposed to do it.
And so it came natural to me to do that type of stuff. Now I don't like to call myself a preacher. I don't like to call myself a teacher. But I say I'm a writer of memoirs. I've written several what people would call sermons for church. I don't call them sermons because I don't prescribe to be a pastor. That's not a job that I want. That's too much responsibility for a person like me. Uh, but I call them memoirs because I write them down. I give them to the pastor. I say, "Hey, you read over this," and he tells me it's like he gets inspired by it and stuff like that. And I wrote those pieces when I was in sixth grade, and then middle school. And that's really when I first started writing. Really, when I was in third grade, and it just got better and better over the years. But I started doing all those things and coming up with those stuff and really researching and diving into it. And I would just write those memoirs. I would give them to people, and they would read them, and they would do sermons off of them. I would just write them. I didn't want any part of having to speak in public. Public speaking was not my thing because King Odin only has one tone of voice. You know, when he's excited, it's the same voice. When he's upset, it's the same voice. King Odin isn't like Jay, where Jay has a different voice for every emotional season in the world. King Odin just has the one voice, and so
Well, yeah, well, it's what we were discussing about last night about you being from the South, right? And I really thought about it today. Well, being from New York, we're very vocal. We speak at a very fast pace. Whereas a person from the South will listen to what somebody's saying and they will listen and sit back and think, and you can explain to somebody slowly. Not saying that you're slow, but it takes, if you could speak to somebody slowly, they can understand it better. And I do respect that about the South, is that you are better communicators when it comes to logics and facts. When it comes to New York, we're gonna yell and scream and we think it's more effective. I do respect your approach to when it comes to speaking facts and letting people realize what's really going on. It's not to kiss your ass.
Well, it's not that you kiss the great King Odin's ass. It's just that the great King Odin is always right. That you have no choice but to agree with the great King Odin, and that's all there is to it. And as Stone Cold would say, and that's the bottom line because King Odin said so. It's just that simple.
Well, you're not always right because you got a pink motherfucking cord in your headphones. So you weren't
This
right
is,
for that.
this is a red cord, by the way.
That shit looks pink.
This is a red cord, and I wouldn't be saying anything, pencil neck Adam Schiff, because the great because the great King Odin knows your nickname. The great King Odin knows your first and last name. The great King Odin knows that you've got duck lips.
But you only know that because the owl man lets you know that.
The owl man didn't let the great King Odin learn his identity or his birthday. The great King Odin did that on his own.
The owl man doesn't let anybody know anything unless he wants them to know. And I consider you a good friend. And I will let you in there and you can know everything. But nobody else knows.
The great King Odin also knows that the owl man is a Puerto Rican with a goat named
Fuck
Chico.
you.
With a goat named Chico and a best friend named Julio. And I also know that the reason why the owl man lives in the Bronx is because he got chased out of Harlem because of the Puerto Rican cockroaches he brought up there.
All right. Well, if you want to keep it real, if the owl man is Julio, you're Lamont.
Well, how dare you? You know that King Odin is Fred.
Nope, you're Lamont.
But you know what? All right. Okay, you want to go that route? If the great King Odin has to be Lamont, then you let's see. Who do you gotta be?
You see, that's how I got you. You got no answer for that. You know you're Lamont. You know
I
you're
got an
Lamont.
answer for it. You know
Don't
because
say the owl man's a little kid that went to school and got beat up.
no, that's
Julio's son.
That's Julio's nephew.
Yeah.
You know, because of your history with the Chinaman, you're Achu. And so I get to be Fred. I get to come up and say, listen, ping pong, when I want your opinion, I'll give it to you.
You will always be Lamont. And
you know what?
You know what? You could call the owl man Julio, but you know in reality, the owl man is Rollo.
The owl man is no.
The owl man is
You ain't
Rollo.
Rita Lawson's Rollo.
Oh, the owl man's Rollo.
I'll tell you who the owl man is. You want to know who the owl man is?
Go ahead, sir.
The owl man is Tom.
Tom. Oh, wait. Not Tom Willis.
Yes, Tom Willis. Yes, Tom Willis.
How's the owl man Tom Willis?
Because you're from New York and you're always bothering the black guy.
Wait, are we talking about Tom Willis from the Jeffersons? Or...
Yes, Tom Willis from the Jeffersons.
No.
Yeah, you're Tom, And
No, that man doesn't have a pointy nose.
yeah, you're Tom, and Matt Super's Archie Bunker.
No, I would put Matt Super as Ralph the Doorman.
Oh yeah. I always put this hand out for some money.
But
but you know,
Tom Willis, no, that man's not Tom Willis.
oh man, I love the Jeffersons. You know, my nickname growing up was George because my great grandmother said that when I walked, I reminded her of George Jefferson when I was young. So my nickname became George.
Sherman Hemsley.
And you know what? We were talking about suit styles, and George Jefferson had some snazzy suits.
Oh, hold it. Mama, King Older says I'm Tom from the Jeffersons. She said no. They called me Julio from Sanford and Son. Oh, she said L.
El Fuentes. You can call it Fuentes and Son. And don't forget when Julio's mother came over and made the mofongo.
Oh, hold on. This one.
Why, Julio, you have hair.
Oh, shit. See, she made a good point. Why, Julio, I have hair.
Julio's got hair, just not in the middle.
Oh, he got hair in the back of his head.
Julio's got hair.
Wow, that man got a full head of hair. And mama, we don't have a goat. We got a Doberman picture.
There's not a single Puerto Rican alive that doesn't have a goat. What are you talking about? You can milk it. You can have cheese out of it.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna put her on the mic. She gonna talk to you. Mama, talk to this man.
Okay, what happened?
He's saying we have goats.
No. It just identifies as one.
Come here, mama.
Yeah, your dog identifies as a goat dog, man.
This is my good friend. Talk to him. He said that we have goats.
We don't have a goat.
Huh?
We don't have a goat.
Talk to him. But he's a good friend. He's a good friend. He just called me Tom Willis.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Hey, I like Tom though.
Huh?
I like Tom though.
Hold on. Lady Owl Woman's gonna say hello to you. Hold on.
Very slowly. Do I have to press anything?
No, you good, mama.
Hi. Hello.
Good day to the Lady Owl Woman. I don't know how you put up with this guy, but you're doing a good job with him.
Hi, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. How are you?
You got to keep him
Call me Julio.
You got to keep him from getting his feet chopped off at the tower. And he is Julio. The old man is just like the rest of the Puerto Ricans. They came to Harlem with their roaches and rats, and they took over and chased all the black folks out.
I don't know. I wasn't here when they came over. I was born here, but I wasn't a part of that.
Well, see, the old man, before he met you, he came over with his goat Chico, and they took over Harlem with the cockroaches, and they scared all the black folks off. And then he moved to the Bronx because the gays came and took over Harlem from him and the Puerto Rican roaches. It's unbelievable.
Oh man, Daddy, you came here with roaches.
That's
What? He's saying that the Puerto Ricans brought roaches to Harlem. Tell him it ain't true.
I wasn't here, so I don't know.
He's talking about Stanford and Son.
I
And
know.
see, this is the reason why the Y'all
He says
Man.
I'm fucking who
This is the
do I
reason
have
why the Y'all
400
Man
hair?
hates gay supremacy, because the gay supremacists
400
stole
hair.
Harlem from the Puerto Ricans.
He'd be funny. He cracks me up sometimes with his stuff.
Oh man, Lord Y'all Man, I appreciate you for coming on to the show and having this good time with me. But we've been doing this for 3 hours and 30 minutes. I gotta end the show at
Tell
some
him he's Bubba. He's Bubba from
Did you
Sanford and
just call
Son.
me Bubba?
Fuck out of
He
here.
called you Bubba.
You just called me Bubba. Okay. All right, if I'm Bubba,
Yeah,
I'm
you
Bubba,
Bubba, motherfucker.
if I'm Bubba, then you're Shady Grady.
I'm Shady Grady.
Yeah, if I'm Bubba, you're Shady Grady, and you know it's the truth.
Yeah, all right. I'll give you.
Oh wait,
comparison.
no, you're not Grady. You're Woodrow.
Woodrow, you calling
Yeah,
me?
you're Woodrow.
You saying I'm Aunt Esther's husband?
Yes,
Fuck
you
you.
are. Yes, you're Aunt Esther's husband. And you know your Aunt Esther's husband. You're definitely that, because you know I know you, Y'all Man, and I know why you drink. You drink for the same reason Woodrow drinks.
Fucking Woodrow. Remember when they tried to adopt the baby?
Yeah, I remember that one. Oh yeah, I was watching that episode the other day. Oh man, I love Sanford. I gotta watch Sanford and Son every day. Sanford and Son, Good Times, and the Andy Griffith Show. I watch every day.
Well, Good Times is a good show.
Oh yeah, you know, I love John Amos. He's America's dad.
I agree.
You know, John Amos. He used to have so much authority. I used to pucker my butt when he was about to whip them on the TV.
He was a better American dad than Bill Cosby.
Oh, but without a doubt, I never liked the Cosby Show, but I loved Good Times. I liked Bill Cosby, but I didn't like the Cosby Show.
I can see how you go with that.
Because Bill Cosby is, well, I can't say that. We decided not to have any beef, but but you remember that time we spoke to Bill Cosby in DCU?
Water pop. The water pop.
He said, "Oh, and my son and my grandson, he goes out to the pack mule, and the pack mule was there, and he said, oh, you know what they're talking about, Jello pudding."
I do remember that. I do remember that. Pudding Pop. What was the name? Pudding Pop.
Pudding Pop. Oh man, we had some good times in DC. Those are the classics, and then the Great King Odin's finest when we interviewed Grandmama.
Grandmama, that's the man Super. You have the pack meal,
Mr. Super. You have any Hellman's mayonnaise, Mr. Super? I don't like it. That's a crap. That's not real mayonnaise, And we had them rolling with that. We had good times on there, man. Those were back when DC was at its peak. We had real entertainment. We had real. Well, we never had any real competition, but we had real entertainment at that time.
But people don't realize that it was you and I and Matt Super. We wrote that shit out, and you performed it to perfection.
It was you guys' idea.
Hey, you were the entertainment. You're the one that could.
I just started doing the voice, and then you guys are like, "Oh, what? If we could interview Grandmama, we could interview Grandmama." And I'm like, "Oh God, you know what I got to do? I got a voice changer on my phone. Let Matt Super call me, put me on speakerphone." Yeah, and people really thought that we were interviewing his grandmother.
Boy, what was the thing that we did a couple of weeks ago when you were the voice of God?
Oh yeah, I was on my voice changer on my thing here. You know, I was on my voice changer and I did that, and the owl man was talking to God. And
I think somebody made a video that Owl Man talks to God.
yeah, the owl man talks to God. And the owl man was asking God all types of questions, and and God was like, no, God does not approve of such faggotry. Oh man, we did a lot of crazy stuff. Man, we
We
did a lot
did,
of
but
good
it,
stuff.
it was all entertaining.
And then
And
remember when God was on the side of the great Matt Super and even played Matt Super's theme song.
money, 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 money.
Yeah,
I remember that.
yeah, we had some good ones. If we did a show, well, if it when it was just us and 5v5 on DC, just doing our thing, man, we could have a whole comedy hour just for what we did on DC from back in the old days.
Yeah, but Odin, here's the thing. We did do a comedy show on 5v5, and people are still talking about it.
Yeah, we
Fucking
became the
how
most
many
talked
years?
about people in all DC. I mean, we are of the de facto owners of that chat.
But how many years later are they still talking about us?
Oh yeah, I remember when we first came up with the Lords of Five. People were like, "Oh, it's not going to stick." We've been the Lords of
Oh,
Five for 5 years now.
5 to 6 years we have been a little five. And how many people have come out and said, "Oh, I'm a little five. I'm a little."
Oh,
No,
you
you're
got that
not.
dumbass Dash 54 constantly thinking he's Lord of Five. Everybody's always. And remember when we had the Reploids try to come up against the Lords of Five,
I
and
destroyed them.
we destroyed them. They crushed themselves in about a week.
But King, here's my question to you: how many people begged, begged to be a Lord of Five?
Oh yeah, everybody wanted to see who was going to be the newest member of the Lords of Five when we were bringing in people. And
Mhm.
it all started with a conversation between you, me, and Matt Super. And we
Yes,
were
sir.
sitting there and we said, you know what? We're 5v5's most wanted. And then I said, no, Matt, we're the Lords of Five. And the
That's right.
Owlman said, clip it. The Lords of Five, born this day.
That's right.
And that's how we became Lords of Five. And then we decided, okay, let's bring in Jay. Let's bring in
Mhm.
Solar Bound and Cheeky Bone
Chaos.
and Chaos. And well, we brought in Chaos after Mega Man decided he wanted to leave, but we single handedly conquered that chat room and took over DCUO. Everybody was talking about us. Hell, you told me the story when you were at Best Buy and people were talking about the Lords of Five.
I was at Best Buy and I went in, I forget what the fuck I was buying, and then fucking I went in there and there was a fat bitch. And we were talking about video games and we said DCUO and the Lords of Five came up and the bitch got on the intercom. The bitch got on the intercom, the Lords of Five.
He said,
Like,
"Don't
what?
buy anything." And she said, "No, that's the Owl Man. I hate that guy."
Yeah, that's the owl man. Don't sell him shit. and
And we had
that's a true story, King. That is a
then
true
not to
story.
mention you had the time when those two people were talking about Matt Super. They said they were going to beat Matt Super and the Owl Man up.
I was sitting, I'll give you the story. I went to go catch my bus. It's on Madison Avenue. It's between 23rd and 25th Street. And I seen these two dudes talking. And then I hear, oh, that Green Lantern raid, that shit is too hard to do. And then they were talking about that, and they go, and that fucking Matsuba, hold on. They said that Matsuba, he's raising prices. He's raising prices to destroy it again. And I'm sitting there looking at them. I'm like, how the fuck you know who Matsuba is? They're like, that fucking owl man, he's an asshole. I'm like, wow.
I mean,
That's when I knew we had something.
and how many people have come to try to take down the Lords of Five, and how many people have failed?
None. They have tried and none of them succeeded. Nothing.
All comers have come before the Lords of Five, and they get smacked down. They can't handle going against one Lord of Five is an uphill battle, but going against all
Yep.
of us at the same time, it's impossible.
Yep. And that's why I do have a little respect for Deep Oblivion. A little respect for him because he acknowledges the Lords of Five. And he goes, I'll never talk shit about the Lords of Five unless they're all together. Well, you just signed your death warrant, motherfucker.
if all the Lords of Five are online, nobody is talking. Nobody is about to argue with the Lords of Five, especially if the microphones aren't fucking up because of the ear raping. When the great Matt Super, the Lord Owlman, the people's bad guy, and the great King Odin are on at the same time. Whoa, man, that's the 1-2 punch uppercut combo right there.
But Odin, here's the thing. They can hear you on the mic, they can hear Matt on the mic, they can hear me on the mic, right? And even Jay. And anytime any of us get on the mic, they'll say that's a Lord of Five.
Oh yeah, when somebody comes in, they'll say, "Here comes the Lords of Five," and then you know what everybody's always doing. You got people pretending to be the Owlman, pretending to be Matt Super, pretending to be Jay, pretending to be King Odin, because we've reached a different level of DCU fame.
Well, who was it that was trying to be you? It was Weaponizer. Weaponizer was trying to be you.
He comes up in there playing MSNBC with Rachel Maddow.
And Weaponizer really wishes he was Lord of Five. He wishes he could be.
Weaponizer comes in there trying to compete with the great King Odin. You got Six and Vapor. They don't want to mess with the great King Odin because of that one time when they argued with great King Odin, he made fools out of them.
Well, yeah, they try to come at you and you destroyed the whole program. But I didn't appreciate that. You know how that whole beef started? It's because Vapor said he worked at Walmart, and then we made fun of him.
Oh, I don't think we were making fun of him. We were saying that he could do better. That he could try to get more. It says there's nothing wrong with working at Walmart making $13 an hour, but it was like, Vapor, you can do so much more. Learn a trade while you're doing that, And Vapor was sitting there. He was like, oh, blah blah blah, and he's comparing stuff. And at the time, Great King Odin was selling RVs and selling life insurance. So Great King Odin, I could make 6 figures a year. So Vapor was trying to compare himself to King Odin at the time, and I'm like, Vapor, I don't like to talk about my income. I don't like to brag, but I could go make a sale today and make more than you make in your entire year. But that's just because of the trade that I'm in. And I'm sitting there trying to tell, we're trying to encourage Vapor. We're not making fun. We're just trying to say, hey, what do you like to do? Vapor's like, he likes his music. I'm like, hey, push that. Learn a trade. Get in there. Try to put your foot in the door. Do what you can do.
It was Six that took offense to it.
Yeah. And
And
Six
that's
was
what
trying to
started
get
the
Six was
war.
trying to get all offended. He's trying to come after the great King Odin, and they're trying to trip King Odin up, trying to say, what's the highest frequency a human can hear? And King Odin hits them with the facts, 60
I remember
decibels.
that. I remember
And
that.
they're like, oh, what's it in hertz? I'm like, I don't know I don't know the conversion off the top of my head. And they're sitting there trying to get me on that. It was like, and they're like, well, he said it, he gave you it in decibels. Well, the old man comes in. He gave you the answer. Why you wanted to tell you it in hertz? Why you got to try to switch it up?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
But
but
at the end of the day, Odin, we won. They lost.
oh yeah, we're still around. They said that we were going to be gone in 3 months' time.
6 years.
And we're still going strong. We started right after the Trump election. I think we became the Lords of Five in 2018.
Maybe.
2018 or 2019. We became Lords of Five.
But I think we done become Lords of Five in 2016 when Trump was running and we all said he was gonna win.
No, because I didn't start really talking until around 2016. And at the time, because remember in 2016 and 2017, and in part of 2018, that's when the swag stuff was going on. And after we got rid of swag, that's when we became the Lords of Five. When and then I think that was at the end of 2018 or beginning of 2019 when we became the Lords of Five.
And we still hold that position as Lords of Five. Really, nobody can fuck with us.
Exactly. Nobody holds a candle to us when it comes to DC to anything in DC Hero. The Lords of Five, we play the game. We know mechanics. We got skill points. We got feats. We got the styles. We got the money.
And the whole thing, what's his name? Dash?
Yeah.
He's an idiot. But if he'll go out there and promote our name, I'm a little iffy on that because I don't know if I like an idiot promoting our name.
Oh, he constantly sits there and he thinks he's a Lord of Five. He thinks Sage is a Lord of Five.
Yep, he thinks Taino's a Lord of Five.
Yeah.
And I give credit to Taino. Taino will say, I'm not a Lord of Five. I give Taino.
And I always tell Taino, if we ever have a vacancy, we will bring him up for vote.
That's the exact thing I said to him. I said, look, when the first time that we have a vote, and if we're going to put somebody in, you're in there. But we're just not doing it right now.
Yeah, we're sticking at 7 members.
Mm-hmm.
Just like the Justice League.
What is your favorite episode of Justice League?
Oh, my favorite episode of Justice League is when they have to go help Darkseid fight Brainiac. I loved any episode that had Darkseid in it. I also like the episode when the Joker showed up.
Yeah.
Because I love Mark Hamill's Joker. Mark Hamill's Joker is the best Joker, without a doubt. Just like Kevin Conroy's Batman's the best Batman.
You see, yes, Kevin Conroy is the best Batman, and I fight my brother all the time about this, but he's not the best live-action Batman.
Well, that's true. The best live-action Batman, I don't know. I don't. Christian Bale, probably.
You don't give Ben Affleck.
I hate Ben Affleck.
Ben Affleck has the appearance.
Ben Affleck, I think he was a good Bruce Wayne, but a horrible Batman.
Oh, he was a horrible Bruce Wayne. He was a better Batman.
Do you bleed? That's not good, Batman.
What he did as Batman. Ben Affleck is his Bruce Wayne. He was like a fucking guy from Boston. I hated that. Oh, look at your shoes. Oh, look at your shoes. It's like he was a Boston piece of shit.
I just don't like Ben Affleck. I don't,
I agree with you. And this is my thing.
Contrary to popular opinion, I had no problem with Ben Affleck's Daredevil.
No,
people shit on it, but I liked it. I thought it was pretty good.
But this what I don't like about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Captain America is from the Bronx. He's not from Brooklyn. I take personal problems with that. Captain America is not from Brooklyn. He's from the Bronx.
Well, if I was going to be Captain America, I wouldn't want to be associated with the Bronx either, with AOC talking about her being from there.
But that shows how powerful it is that he could live in the Bronx. I don't like this shit. Brooklyn. You're not from Brooklyn. Fuck Brooklyn.
The Marvel Cinematic Universe is doing, but Owlman, they said today, I was in DC, me and Jay, and they're saying that this Black Adam movie, despite what the critics are saying about it, there's a lot of the people in DCUO are saying that they think that this Black Adam movie is going to put DC back on the map again for the cinematic universe.
Then I'm gonna have to watch it because Mom was telling me, she said we should go watch Black Adam.
I'm gonna go watch it too because how can The Rock be in a bad movie? It's The Rock.
Well, look, you know how I feel about The Rock. I love The Rock, but if you look at his movie choice, he was in a lot of bad movies. Even though I love the nigga, I love The Rock. But
but he wasn't. But he wasn't. It wasn't bad because he was in it. It was because the story was bad.
Yes, and that is my defense.
And I told people The Rock playing an Egyptian character. He's done it before in the Scorpion King and the Mummy 2.
Scorpion King, yes.
And he did a really good job. That was when Rock had them long ass dreadlocks or braids, whatever he had.
Oh, it was all fake.
Oh yeah, but he wore it to WWF that one time.
Yeah, but his whole movie career, that's why I got mad about it, because they made The Rock shave his head, and The Rock had a good head of hair.
The Rock had the best sideburns in the history of sideburns.
Yes, he did.
But The Rock, he's able to pull off a good Black Adam because he's got the skin complexion. Yes. Black Adam has been bald in the past, so it works. And The Rock, he's got the muscle, just like Black Adam. So The Rock is the perfect actor to play Black Adam, in my opinion.
I do not disagree with you. I just
wish from the previews I've seen, I just wish that Rock would have tried his best at doing an Egyptian accent because they know he can do one. He's done it before.
I think it might be a good movie. He was the perfect fit for it, but I just don't want him to fall in that place where he's going to be labeled Black Adam for the rest of his life, where he never really.
No, he's not going to be labeled Black Adam for his life. I mean, The Rock has been in so many movies. Some people label him Hobbs. Remember Hobbs and Shaw from Fast and Furious?
No. This is my point. The Rock will always be labeled as The Rock.
Oh yeah, everybody it's The Rock.
Yeah, and it's like Will Smith. Like Will Smith will always be Will Smith will always be Will. I think the greatest movie Will Smith ever did was Bright, because he didn't play Will Smith in Bright. He was.
I thought the best movie he did. What was that movie where him and his kid they were in New York and he was trying to become a
Oh,
stockbroker?
yeah.
In Pursuit of Happiness.
Yeah. Hey, he did an amazing job in that movie. But it was Will Smith. He was still playing Will Smith. Now,
Yeah,
when
that's
he
true.
did the movie Bright, he wasn't Will Smith. You're like, wow, who is he playing? Who is he? That's just me. I think the movie Bright is Will Smith's greatest character ever played. But then now he got the new movie. What is it? The Slave one, right?
I haven't watched any of his later movies.
Like, look, Will Smith will always be Will Smith. He'll always be the Fresh Prince, and that's who he is. Ali, I love that movie, but it's Will Smith.
Just
You
like
know-
Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx
Yeah.
is the same way. But Jamie Foxx has a pretty good career. I mean, he did a really good Ray Charles.
He did.
Yeah,
But-
he did really good in Django. I like Django. Django's a funny movie.
One of my favorite movies. But it's still Jamie Foxx.
And it's also just like how John Witherspoon. He's always going to be the guy from the dad from Friday, and for people who never watched Friday, he's always going to be granddad from Robert Jedediah Freeman from the Boondocks.
It's bang bang, bang bang.
Yeah.
See now, so John Witherspoon to me will always be the angry motherfucker from House Party.
I always look at him as Craig's father from on Friday.
Yep. You ever see House
Well,
Party?
just like Chris Tucker. Chris Tucker is Smokey to me. Every time I see Chris Tucker, I think Smokey.
Have you
And
ever
you
seen-
know that, man.
You know that name? Have you ever seen House Party?
It's been a while. It's been a long time.
Listen, watch that movie House Party. That's where John Witherspoon got his start, and he was hilarious in House Party. He was hilarious.
And I also remember Witherspoon on the Wayans Brothers TV show.
Yes, he was Pops,
Yeah.
and that's where he got the bang bang. But if you watch House Party, and this is a thing that people don't realize about House Party, is a very significant movie. It was an all black cast, and it was a movie about all black people, and it was showing what a house party is. And I think House Party is a great fucking movie, and John Witherspoon was a part of that movie, and he was great in it.
Oh man, they don't make actors like they used to. That's for sure.
Well, who is your best actor?
My best actor, Sir Christopher Lee.
Ooh.
Sir Christopher Lee's my best actor, but he's not my favorite. But he's my best.
Who's your favorite?
Oh, without a doubt, Sam Neill. Jurassic Park's
Sam
my
Neill?
favorite. Jurassic Park's my favorite movie. Alan Grant's my favorite character.
Because you're a fool motherfucker.
Boo boo, what are you doing? Oh Lord, she wants attention. This is my daughter.
The greatest actor to me is Daniel Day-Lewis. He's the greatest actor. My favorite actor, is Denzel. Denzel is not
Denzel's a good actor. He's a good actor.
There's
I also love Jeff Goldblum. I love Jeff Goldblum, but Jeff Goldblum's the same way as Will Smith. Jeff Goldblum never really acts; he just plays Jeff Goldblum.
Yes, yeah. Jeff Goldblum is always But Denzel is my favorite actor. He is. I love Denzel.
I like
Anything he
Morgan Freeman
does.
too, but Morgan Freeman's also in the same vein. Morgan Freeman doesn't act; he's just Morgan Freeman, except for when he was God.
Like I see, I'm a little bit older than you. There was a show on PBS. It was called The Electric Company. And
Oh yeah,
Morgan,
you and Matt Super were talking about that a lot.
yeah, Electric Company. Morgan Freeman was on there. Bill Cosby was on there. Samuel L. Jackson. And this was PBS.
Oh no, I remember some of Sam Jackson's old movies. When before he was bald. And, I
Yeah,
love Sam Jackson too. And
he was in the Black
I remember
Exploitation.
when Morgan Freeman played Joe Clark,
Mm-hmm.
and that's one of my favorite movies with Morgan
Lean
Freeman.
on Me.
Mm-hmm.
Lean on Me. I remember that.
Would you stop licking me?
Yeah, if you're gonna be a crackhead, jump off the roof. All we gonna do is crack my. I remember that.
You see what you're doing, Lord Out, man? You're making my dog jealous. She wants my attention. She wants me to go get into bed.
She loves the out man's voice. Go to bed, sir. Go to bed. Yo, thank you for having me on your channel. Thank you for making me part of your family. And I
You
love
are a friend of mine, and you are always welcome to come on my show anytime, anywhere. As you know, Lords of Five and DCUO for life.
for life. Every day, all day.
And you see, my boo boo is an actual dog, unlike your goat Juju.
Fuck you. Juju is not a goat. Juju is an official toe terrorist. You rip your toe off.
Look how beautiful my dog is. Look at her. She just loves to be loved. She's so spoiled. Well, leave my hands alone.
She's a good dog.
Oh yeah, she got to meet her grandmama today. When my grandmother came over, I had to help her out with some stuff. My dog, she just loves to love. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you guys for tuning in here tonight, and we're gonna go ahead and end the show. We went way over. We haven't had a show this long in a long time. I want to thank you guys for watching the show. Follow us on Facebook. Follow us on YouTube, Twitter, Truth Social. Like and share and download our content on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, anywhere you can find us. The Serve America with Payson Williams, the Serve America PW. And we will see you guys next time.